Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we're going to talk facts. Let's talk facts. So, got quite a few things to talk about today. We're going to talk some more about the Cowboy win, but I'm actually going to start this off talking about, Jimmy Johson. Let me make sure I make some notes. Something just came to me. I want to talk about Jimmy Johson. I want to talk about Cooper Rush. I'm going to talk about Micah Parsons and what people are saying about Micah Parsons. I'm going to talk about DeMarion Overshown. And then I plan to also to get to some of the interviews with, we're going to see if we can get to some of the Jerry Jones, the Mike McCarthy, and maybe a couple other things if we can. But got a lot of things I want to talk about today, but it's funny, man. I don't know if y'all just watched the Kansas City Chiefs Raiders game. What's going on, Roberto? What's going on, Freddie? Jerry, what's going on? Blue Star, welcome. The Kansas City Chiefs, I'm telling y'all, they are escaping by the skin of their chinny chin. I mean, they keep escaping teams. And I'm telling you, man, they mess around and do this at the end with a Baltimore Ravens team or some of these other teams. What's going on, Icy? Some of these other teams, man, people may be shocked. I don't think people understand how hard it is to go to the Super Bowl back to back to back. Man, they might get bounced out if they're not careful. I mean, I'm serious. They may find themselves bounced out of the playoffs, just like that. But I digress. It was a pretty good game by O'Connell. You know, it makes me wonder that when we think about O'Connell, why did they allow? I mean, we saw O'Connell play last year, and I think kind of what we saw from Minshew. I mean, I don't know. I mean, O'Connell may be better than Minshew. And then when you think about O'Connell, I'm gonna bring this discussion back around later on, because people keep talking about Cooper Rush, and this is why for me sometimes it gets hard to just root for the Cowboys being a fan, because we just can't root like a team that says Dak's our quarterback, Cooper Rush our backup quarterback. He wins game for us. Great. We can't wait to get our starting quarterback back. Instead, our fan base, at least what I call the 10 to 15% of the toxic Dallas Cowboy 11, Dak Prescott hating, love any other quarterback other than Dak Prescott fan base, they make it hard to root for the Cowboys, because it's amazing to me. It's amazing to me. Just 2 games ago, the Dallas Cowboy fans were out on the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, we suck. We terrible. Mike McCarthy. Ooh, this. Ooh, that. Micah Parsons. This. Ooh, that. Ooh, this. We all over it. We all on it. We win 2 games. 2 games. One against the Washington Commanders, who many thought were fraudulent. But the one that gets me, do we not realize we barely escaped? We barely escaped the New York Giants. And we're talking, there are people all over X talking playoffs. Playoffs? Playoffs? Do y'all know that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have also been hit by the injury bug, by their skill positions on offense? Do y'all know that Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they literally went out and stomped. They stomped the New York Giants. And us, with Drew Lock, who literally had not played the whole season. Drew Lock comes out there first game, making mistakes all over the place, with a run game, a somewhat I think we even need to be careful as in dominant defensive display. I don't even know if it was dominant because I don't know how you can necessarily call it dominant. You win the turnover battle. You have a 100-yard rusher in Rico Dowdle. I mean, you got everything that you wanted. But you won 27-20 at home against the Giants. I'm telling you, man, Cowboy fans make it hard. Cowboy fans make it hard to me to root for this team because we are in such denial. We are in such denial on so many things. But I don't want to get out of order. I'm gonna touch on the Cooper Rush thing in just a moment. But I want to talk about Jimmy Johson, and I'm going to let you hear some footage. I know I'm going to have to go back and cut it out because they're going to copyright me on it. But I just want you to hear what a hypocrite that Jimmy Johson is. Jimmy Johson is an absolute hypocrite. Jimmy Johson, and this is why for me, everyone's entitled to their opinions. I'm not going to argue your opinions. I'm just going to drop fact bombs. You can get mad. You know, one thing I've learned about people, especially being a preacher, folks get emotional. Folks get all in their feelings. Folks, it's what they desire. It's about what they want. Emotions and feelings don't change truth. It don't. Emotions and feelings don't change facts. The facts are what they are, and the truth is what it is. And when we get things on tape, you can tell me anything you want to. But if you tell me one thing and I got you on tape saying one thing and then you say another thing, and both of those we can unequivocally prove is you get the title of a hypocrite. And I'm Mike Tyson fighting the Paul dude. Yeah, I'm about to preach today. Mike Tyson fighting the Paul dude. What was his name? Jake Paul, Logan Paul, one of the Paul dudes. Everybody watching that fight except for the total delusional people. Everybody watching that fight who know boxing. I never trained as a boxer. I never fought, but I'm old enough to know people who boxed in their life. I'm old enough to know boxers. I went to school with a boxer. I grew up with a boxer or two. And I'm going to tell you something about boxers. They never forget how to do it. And they're not letting a YouTuber walk into a ring. I don't care if they're literally going to have to be in their 70s. But you mess around as a 20-year-old, quote unquote, you're not even an up-and-coming boxer. You're really just an entertainer boxer. It's basically WWE with the Paul kid. I'm not hating on him because I think he's hurting boxing. I think he's hurting legacies. But hey, if he can parlay it into millions and people are willing to do it, this is America. I'm not knocking anybody for making money or making, doing things that people find entertaining. And if people want to pay for it, well, then that's on them. I'm not doing that kind of stuff. I wouldn't pay for it. But Mike Tyson, anybody watching that fight knew. They told Mike Tyson there were certain punches he could not throw. There were certain things he could not do. And it was almost like they gave him something to kind of subdue him to so he wouldn't be so wild and erratic in the ring. I mean, Mike Tyson didn't even look like a boxer in that ring. And I don't know all the details, but I know I've listened to some of the professionals and they're all saying the same thing. It was fixed. Everyone knows, contract knows. You can argue all you want to, but the facts are out there. But I'm saying all that to say this. How is this related to the Jimmy Johson thing? When I heard Mike Tyson say, with my own ears, that legacy means nothing. It was all I needed to hear. Mike Tyson said legacy means nothing. That's this generation. This generation cares nothing about legacy. This is why those who never saw Michael Jordan play think LeBron James is the GOAT based on longevity, not understanding that Michael Jordan is the GOAT based on everything we saw on tape. Everything that other legacy players say about him. The fact that Michael Jordan never has had to declare himself the GOAT. We make the argument that he's the GOAT while one is proclaiming to be the GOAT and is trying to outlast everyone and pad the stats, so that when people come along 20 or 30 years later and they look at the top of those stats and just go, well, his name is at the top of all of them, when those of us who have been blessed to be alive and watch both of them play, no, y'all don't understand something. You're watching two different dudes. They're not even in the same world. They're just not. And that's not to detract away from the fact that LeBron James is literally one of the most talented men to ever walk the face of the earth. And when you look at his size, his speed, and what he's able to do, it's absolutely incredible. But people don't understand that's exactly what makes Michael Jordan incredible, because he didn't have that size. But he didn't have that size. He didn't have the power necessarily that LeBron James has. But he was still, skill-wise, so much better than LeBron James. Go look at everything. It shows you all of this. And even the greats, they acknowledge. People have talked about it. When Michael Jordan walks into the room, even the elite of the elite look at him and say, he's the GOAT. But where am I going with all of this? Because I'm saying this media age has destroyed legacies. And men today and women today, they care nothing about their legacies. They care nothing about who they are, who they were. They care nothing about those things. They get involved in this social media era. They get involved in the media. They get a job on the 3 and the 4 letter networks. Good luck. Good luck, because once they sign on that dotted line, you're going to notice that their takes are going to change. This is one of the reasons why, for me, I didn't want Cam Newton to sign with ESPN. Because if you listen to Cam Newton on his show 4th and 1, he says things, even though I don't agree with everything he says, you can tell that he says what he wants to say. But then he gets on the 3 and 4 letter networks and he realizes you can't necessarily say what you want to say, because now you got all these different voices and they're saying what's on the script. They're following the narratives. They're following stories that I can tell that Cam Newton is still trying to adjust, because he's kind of like, why are we talking about this? Like he was saying, why are we talking about the Cowboys? Well, we know they drive the 3 and the 4 letter networks. But why am I saying all of this again as it applies to Jimmy Johnson? Jimmy Johnson is a hypocrite. Jimmy Johnson has joined the 3 and the 4 letter networks. Jimmy Johnson understands how he gets his paycheck, which he doesn't understand. He could really have a larger following if he would really just stick with his own truth and be authentic, and people would be more like, that's Jimmy Johnson. But if y'all don't understand something, even when we talk about legacy, I'm not going to tear Jimmy Johnson down. I'm just going to state the facts. Do y'all know that we are allowing Jimmy Johnson, even though he was a great college coach, that's not what we talk about? We're allowing Jimmy Johnson to ride an NFL legacy based on the 93 and 94 Cowboys as if he did everything on his own. He's a major part. I would give him the majority of the reason why they won. But I am going to say, I know why Jerry Jones was fighting against Jimmy Johnson, because Jerry Jones was a part of them too. He was a part of them winning because Jerry was willing and dealing. Jerry had to agree to what they were doing. Jerry had to sign the checks. Jerry had to make those trades and do some of the things he did and fight against his own son to bring in Deion Sanders, to bring in the Charles Haley, to pay them this huge amount of money. Jerry Jones did some of that stuff too. But the reality is, we're really allowing Jimmy to kind of live and eat off of the 92, 93 season. I'll give him credit that the 95 Cowboys were still his. It was still the team that he built, the coaching staff that he brought in, him and Jerry both brought in. But when you look at what Jimmy did when he got the second chance in Miami with Dan Marino, no one talks about it. I wonder why we don't want to talk about that part of his career. Jimmy has built a legacy off of what he did with the Cowboys. That's his legacy. No one talks about his college days. No one talks about his Miami days. It's that two-year 93, 94, 92, 93. He was there from 89 to 93. We're talking about a legacy built on 5 years where if it was not for the Herschel Walker trade, would we be talking about Jimmy the way we're talking about him? People do not understand how that trade set the Dallas Cowboys up for everything that they did over the years. And Jerry and Jimmy is someone that we say, hey, man, he knows football and blah, 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 blah. I don't know if y'all listen to Jimmy. I listen to Jimmy now on Fox, and I'm kind of like, you know what? A lot of times when Jimmy is talking, he's really not giving you anything. He's not. He's not necessarily breaking down X's and O's. He's not really telling you. It's like he's reading a script. Why am I saying all of this? Let's get to the video, and then I'm going to talk some more about Jimmy Johnson. We're going to have to cut this out because, like I say, FS1 does not allow you, they do not allow you to use their stuff and be monetized. They'll copyright strike you. But for the community, I want you to hear Jimmy Johnson. I want you to hear what he said. But I'm not going to analyze what he said until I play it the second time, because I'm going to play what he says a couple of days ago, and then I'm going to play you what he said when Dak Prescott got the deal. I want you to hear it for yourself, because if I say it, some people might say he's lying, he's hating on Jimmy, he don't like Jimmy. Jimmy didn't say all that, because see, some folks, they start fixing their lips like collagen and then have to wind up apologizing because they don't hear the facts before they start flapping their mouth. And then when they hear the facts, then they have to move the goalposts because they know they're wrong. Now, I'm going to give you the facts. I'm going to let Jimmy tell you. Listen to what Jimmy says 2 or 3 days ago, and I'm going to let you hear what he said 3 months ago. Let's roll it. Now, you heard that from Jimmy's own mouth, right? I'm going to wait, and excuse my language, I don't mean this in an evil way, but we're going to play that again. I'm going to absolutely dismantle and destroy what Jimmy Johnson just said. I'm going to literally dismantle and destroy. It doesn't matter that he's coached football, he's a millionaire. It doesn't matter he's won 2 Super Bowls. No, doggone it, the truth is the truth. I'm literally going to dismantle everything that man said piece by piece, and I'm going to show you where the evidence is showing that this man has literally sold out sitting in that chair. This man has sold out sitting in that chair. I'm going to break it all the way down because I don't think people are hearing me. This man is a hypocrite. I'm going to show you now what this same man said. Not only am I going to show you what he said, I'm going to show you why what he just said. It is a bold face, blatant lie. And anybody who, I'm going to show you where you can literally go and find this stuff and show you that Jimmy Johson is a lie. Colin Cowherd has been lying, and they continue to speak a narrative that is absolutely not true. It's absolutely not true. And any of you can have your opinions all you want to, but I'm going to show you with facts that what this man just said sitting in that chair and what Colin Cowherd has been screaming about for the whole season, it is an unequivocal, absolute lie. You ready? I'm going to let Jimmy tell you again. But unfortunately, rather than Jimmy telling you in the future, Jimmy is going to tell you in the past. Jimmy going to tell you the truth in the past, and then he going to tell you a lie in the future. What you just heard was the future. Hey, man, people lie all they want to, but the proof is in the pudding. Y'all ready for Jimmy Johson to tell you another story? Let's roll the clip.
Are talking Cowboys. So Jimmy Johson is kind enough to join us now. Coach, Dak just signed his deal. 4 years, $240 million. Ooh. Julian needs a medic. And so do the Dallas fans if they don't get out of the first round of the playoffs. I mean, it's been 3 decades since they've got back to the Super Bowl. You know all too well the storyline here. Is Dak the guy to take them there?
Well, like him or not, Dak is the guy.
Okay.
He will be the guy. He has been great during the regular season. Everybody said, well, you got to win playoff games. Well, give him a chance to win playoff games.
What is that chance? What does that look like?
Well, surround him with a better supporting cast. Now, I'm not sure about their running backs right now, but they've got some outstanding receivers. They got a good tight end. They've got a good football team. They got a good defense.
So the problem isn't Dak.
It's not Dak.
Okay.
You know, give him a chance. He is the guy.
Yeah, I agree with
Y'all tell me who that is on the screen. Tell me who you just saw on the screen. Let me show you again. Can y'all tell me who the man is in the middle? Who is the man in the middle? Is the man in the middle Jimmy Johson? Is the man in the middle Jimmy Johson? Because I'm confused, Jimmy Johson. I'm absolutely confused. That when Dak Prescott signed the $240 million deal, you said, like him or not, he's the man. You were also asked, can they win with Dak Prescott? You said, yes. They asked you about his playoff record. You said, you know he's lost in the playoffs, but give him a chance. Jimmy said, put a better supporting cast around him. Did Jimmy Johson not say that? Did Jimmy not say, is this 2024 or is this 2023? Because if you're not careful, you might think this is the game. This is 2023 before the Green Bay game. No, Dak didn't sign that deal until the morning of the first game of the season. This is Jimmy Johson saying, give him a chance, saying exactly what I've been saying, exactly what folk who know football have been saying. They do not have the supporting cast around Dak Prescott, and they have not had the supporting cast around Dak Prescott except for maybe a couple of times. And both times, what happened? They ran into a better team. It happens, period, end of story. Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers in that first game against Dak Prescott, they were better. The Rams, when they played Dak Prescott, they were better. They went to the Super Bowl. Do y'all know the San Francisco 49ers, when they played the Dallas Cowboys, they were better. They went to the Super Bowl. And even when we faced the Green Bay Packers, we went in with barely a running game, one wide receiver, and the defense couldn't stop the run. We were playing safeties at linebacker. Jimmy is acknowledging that in that statement. That's why Jimmy says, put players around him. What do you mean, Jimmy? Because he don't have the players around him. So what happened, Jimmy? What happened? What happened, Jimmy? Because you said give him a chance. Y'all got to help me out, because I'm missing. See, because Jimmy said give him a chance. Jimmy said put players around him. So help me out, y'all. I'm not speaking with emotions. I'm speaking facts. No, Dak delusional. I'm not going to give it to you because, see, you don't understand. He said put players around him. So the question becomes, have they put the players around him? Because it's the same season. It's the same season. Did they give Dak Prescott what Jared Goff has? Did they give him what Jared Goff has? Did they give him 2 running backs? Did they give him 2 more receivers? Did they give him a defense? Did they give him Ben Johnson? Did they give him the defensive coordinator? Did they give him the GM that they have on that team? Did they put everything around Dak Prescott like every single team who wants to win the Super Bowl has been doing for the last 3 years? Y'all see Kansas City today? Who watched the Kansas City Raiders game? Tell me who won the game for them. Who won the game? Was it Patrick Mahomes? They barely survived the game against the Raiders. You want to know who Andy Reid was handing the ball to? He wasn't handing it to Patrick Mahomes. Pacheco is back in the house. Pacheco is back in the crib. Anybody notice what Andy Reid is doing? Andy Reid arguably has the best quarterback in the league. He went and got him a running game. How do you have the best quarterback in the league? You go and get him a top 5 defense. Explain it to me. Why is everyone else doing exactly what Jimmy Johnson just said? They're putting players around quarterbacks. They're playing $50+ million. Why are we not doing it? But all of the fanatical, Dak Prescott hating, love anyone else fill in the blank quarterback who's the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. Did y'all notice Jimmy Johnson said out of his own mouth? Jimmy said, Dak is not the problem. Did he not say it? You can't have it both ways. You can argue for Jimmy all you want to. But Jimmy Johnson himself said, Dak is not the problem. I'm not making it up. Y'all can argue. I'm not even gonna argue with you. You can argue in them comments, in the chat, all you want to. But I'm telling you what Jimmy said. Jimmy had no problem with Dak Prescott signing that contract. Jimmy said, put the players around him. You know why Jimmy knows this? You know why Jimmy knows this for a fact? Because when Jimmy came to the Dallas Cowboys in 1989, they went 1-15 with everyone's beloved Troy Aikman. Everyone's beloved Troy Aikman. You know what the problem was? Troy Aikman didn't have the team around him. It's amazing when they made that Herschel Walker trade. It's amazing when they started parlaying those, and not to mention, they went 1-15. It's amazing what happens when you get at the top of the draft. It's amazing what happens when you trade Herschel Walker. It's amazing what happens when you get Minnesota's draft picks. It's amazing what happens when you get Russell Maryland. It's amazing what happens when you get Emmitt Smith. It's amazing what happens when you keep putting player after player after player after player around Troy Aikman. He goes from 1-15. He goes to 7-5. You think he's doing it with the same team? I'll destroy every argument you have. I'll destroy every argument that you have. It's amazing how Troy Aikman all of a sudden goes to what? 11-5. Then they go to 13-3. Troy Aikman said it himself. We were ready a year early. I wonder why. Was it you, Troy Aikman? Y'all want to know why people were arguing that Troy Aikman shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame, shouldn't have been a first ballot Hall of Famer? You want to know why people were arguing that? Because of the players that he had around him. People will argue with you all day long. The folk who know football, they'll tell you Troy Aikman had a super team around him. He is the exception even to Roger Staubach. Roger did not even enjoy the wealth, the treasure trove of players that Troy Aikman enjoyed. Troy Aikman had a Hall of Fame team from 92 to 95. Hall of Fame. Almost every position, Hall of Fame. We're not just talking about good players, y'all. We're not talking about great players. Troy Aikman, literally, top five defenses, 92 to 95. Top 5, top 10 defenses. You don't think you're going to win with those? You don't think you're going to win with top 5, top 10 defenses? You have the literal top coaches. You got the pick of the litter of top coaches. Do y'all know Jerry don't do that no more? Jerry wouldn't pay a Jimmy Johson a day to save his life. Jerry Jones don't even put his coaches in the mid-pack of top-paid coaches. I'm sorry. We ought to have, as the most valuable sports franchise in the world, we ought to have the top-paid head coach. We ought to have the top-paid OC, top-paid DC, top-paid position coaches. Why do we have the lowest payroll in the NFL? Stop it. This ain't even emotion. It's stupid. The facts speak louder than words. Tell me what you want to. Tell me what you want to. The Cowboys had Mike Zimmer with players in his heyday. With players. You know why Jimmy said put players around Dak? Because he knew he had to put players around Troy Aikman. Y'all don't even understand something. Do y'all know? Y'all keep talking about Dak Prescott and Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush not even in the same conversation as Dak Prescott. I'm looking at the Las Vegas Raiders today. People keep talking about, yeah, Cooper Rush. Ooh, the team plays better with Cooper Rush. Ooh, Cooper Rush. Ooh, Cooper Rush. Isn't it funny? The Las Vegas Raiders went out and got Gardner Minshew and didn't even call the Cowboys about Cooper Rush. I'll destroy every argument you have. But you know why? Because the facts speak louder than words. You can tell me anything you want to about Dak Prescott, but you got to tell me then, why are you smarter than the NFL? Because if you're smarter than the NFL, you have the wrong occupation. You have the wrong occupation. Because Cooper Rush must be the best kept secret in the league. Because nobody wants him. That's why the Cowboys basically got him on food stamps. The Cowboys got Cooper Rush on food stamps. And what I mean by that is they brought in Trey Lance, paid him $5 million for one season, and paying Cooper Rush the veteran minimum for 2 seasons? $2.5 million? Miss me with all this stupid talk. Jimmy Johson is a hypocrite. Jimmy, right here, this is Jimmy talking the right way. Let's go back to Colin Cowherd. I'm about to totally dismantle everything he said. He's already done it himself, y'all, if y'all hadn't paid attention. Jimmy has already dismantled himself because Jimmy said, give him a chance. Did you give him a chance, Jimmy? Did you give him a chance, Jimmy? Because, Jimmy, you wasn't saying this in September. You didn't even blink when Dak signed that contract in September. But all of a sudden, watch this, y'all. I'm going to show you what Jimmy is a victim of. He's a victim of the narrative. This is what social media does to us. It doesn't do it to me. But I'll include myself in the us because, you know, we are all a part of this society. I don't fall for the message. I don't fall for the message when people say, well, you have to say LeBron James is the GOAT because he's almost 40 years old and he's still playing the game. He came in high school, man. He's a physical specimen. We know what he is, but we know what he ain't. Double negative. We know what he ain't. I don't go along with the messages, the narratives. I don't let people tell me what my eyes see versus I don't let them tell me what they think versus what my eyes see. What my eyes see, what the stats show, what the chips show. I don't let people distort my thinking. And it's funny to me how we are in this era. This man didn't lie 3 years later. He didn't lie 30 years later. This man barely got past 3 months and came back and contradicted his statement and didn't even preface it by, well, what I said back in September, I didn't mean. Didn't even preface it. He got the unmitigated gall to speak right here as if he never said those statements in September. And the problem I have with this era, we let him get away with it. Not me. I'll come back. They're going to tell me you can't have that footage in the video. I'll come back and say, okay, take it all out. But we're going to get it in tonight. We're going to get it in, and we are going to understand that Jimmy Johson is a part of the 3 and 4 letter networks. He is now following the narrative, and I'm telling you something. You better stay away from folk who always hating. You stay around folk who always hating, and you will be a hater too. You stay around liars, you will be a liar too. Do y'all know there's a reason why dogs don't hang around cats unless they've been domesticated? Redbirds don't hang around bluebirds unless they've been domesticated. Lions don't hang around tigers and elephants and giraffes without eating some of them unless they've been domesticated. He's been domesticated by the 3 and the 4 letter networks. I would have destroyed. And watch this, y'all. Y'all might not have caught this. Do y'all know Colin Cowherd didn't even ask him what he answered? Colin Cowherd didn't even ask Jimmy what he answered. Colin Cowherd said, what do they do in the offseason, Jimmy? And Jimmy, he just takes it upon himself. After he said, give him a chance, put players around him. So, Jimmy, before we let you lie in the future, when were they going to put the players around him? In the past, the present, or the future? Because they can't do it in the past. They can't do it in the present. They could have maybe done some free agent moves, but they refuse to even do that like they always do. So it means they must, you're saying they're going to do it in the present in 2025. You said, give him a chance. But, Jimmy, you came back. And you went against your own words. Now, let's dismantle everything that Jimmy said, piece by piece. Listen to him lie. I'm going to pause it, and I'm going to destroy his arguments piece by piece because somebody up in here got to tell the truth, and I'm about to tell it. Was that the question? Now, see, Jimmy should have just answered the question. But it's this part right here that makes him into a hypocrite. He said, I would have never gave him the contract. Okay, we'll give you that. But why didn't you express this in September when he signed the deal? Why didn't you say this when he signed the deal at the midnight hour, Jimmy? Why didn't you tell the whole world Dak Prescott is not worth the money? They shouldn't have signed him. That's not what you said there, Jimmy. Edelman, and I'm not going to play the Edelman clip, but Edelman says, yes, Dak's not the problem. They both started agreeing, saying the problem with the Cowboys is the running game. So, Jimmy, why volunteer why volunteer this information? Let me tell you something that I love about Michael Jordan. This is why Michael Jordan, to me, will always be the GOAT. Michael Jordan truly understands legacy. Legacy. He wasn't the best baseball player. That's not his legacy. He definitely wasn't the best, what was he, part owner of the Wizards? Or not the, I forgot the name of the team he's part. They were so terrible under his watch that I'm just kind of like, I didn't even follow that whole thing he was doing with that team. I can't remember the name of the team. Is he still the GM of that team or whatever he was? Or part owner of that team? Who was his basketball team? It's bothering me not to know it. He's part owner, but I thought he sold his part of the team. I thought he sold it. Charlotte, right? Is it the Charlotte Hornets? Yeah. Charlotte Hornets ends as franchise completes fifth. Okay, so he's no longer part of the franchise. But watch this. His ownership in the Charlotte Hornets is not his legacy. His shoes are part of his legacy. But even when it comes to his shoes, he understands that part of his legacy too. You ever notice that Michael Jordan, when they put a camera in front of his face, Michael Jordan is not trying to say things like, I'm the GOAT. As Michael Jordan said, it disrespects all the players that came before him. He doesn't try to argue about these players who are the best. They may ask him, like, who would you take? And, Jordan will tell you who he would take. But Jordan is very conscious of his legacy. He's not going to get caught up in all of the social media arguments and all of those things, because Jordan understands something clearly and distinctly. My play spoke for itself. So I'm not going to argue my basketball acumen. I'm not going to argue about who I was. This is who I was, and I still believe that's who I was. And I'm not comparing myself to no man, because Michael Jordan just strived to be the best when he played the game of basketball. He's very conscious of his legacy. He doesn't get caught up in politics. He doesn't get caught up in a lot of those things that would cause people to look at his legacy and say certain things about it. You'll notice that Michael Jordan, he's not very active on social media. Michael Jordan, isn't it strange? I don't find it to be strange that Michael Jordan, he never decided to go into the broadcast booth. He never decided to go call basketball games. Michael Jordan didn't decide to do any of those things. Why? Because he understands legacy. He's not like Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson has become a part of this era, and this era. Legacy don't matter. Only thing that matters is the money. No, that's not how Michael Jordan thinks. Legacy matters. He's not going to be talking about all this stupid stuff that people like Jimmy Johson is up here talking about. Jimmy should be giving the pure, unadulterated truth. But he's following the narrative. He's just like those people last year that undeservedly gave Lamar Jackson the MVP. Lamar Jackson did not deserve the MVP just based on numbers alone. He did not deserve the MVP. Dak Prescott, whether he won in the playoffs, it's a regular season award. Lamar Jackson got knocked off also in the first round of the playoffs. They both have the same amount of playoff wins. There is no way Lamar Jackson should have won MVP last year. But because Dak Prescott is so hated by both the haters and the fan base, a lot of them were afraid to give him the MVP. I promise you. Those same people are going to turn around this year, and they're going to make a huge argument. I will not be surprised, because this is the year that Lamar Jackson deserves the MVP. I will not be surprised if they make a huge argument for one Saquon Barkley, or the dark horse, who I think they may seriously consider, even with the losses, and if he mess around and make a run at the end, they might select Joe Burrow. But I'm saying all of that because there's such a stigma around Dak Prescott. And people don't understand he's a part of the reason why the franchise is so valuable. He's a part of the reason. Y'all don't understand. Shady McCoy hit this thing on the head 2 days ago. Y'all might not realize this, but the NFL ratings are down. Why? Why are the NFL ratings down? Let's see, wait. Patrick Mahomes is still playing. Kansas City Chiefs are still winning. Okay, check. Josh Allen is still playing. Buffalo Bills, looking pretty good. Check. Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is still playing. Team looks better. He's playing, right? Okay, check. The Golden Boy. The Golden Boy over at the Chargers. I mean, He's still playing. Trevor Lawrence, he's still playing. Been a little bit hurt, but Trevor Lawrence, all of these people, it's amazing to me. All these teams, all these people are playing. We got teams that are winning games. I mean, we are literally watching the Kansas City Chiefs go for a three-peat. We're watching all this stuff, but you know who they keep in their mouth? Dak Prescott. Shady McCoy said it. The league is not fun. If we cannot watch Dak Prescott play and say whether or not Dak is going to do it this year. Shady McCoy said that. You want to know why the ratings are down? Because Rain Dakota Prescott is not playing. Rain Dakota Prescott is not playing. That's why everything is down in the NFL. It is literally, Ryan Clark said it last year. No one would want to watch First Take during the football season unless they were talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Why are we talking about the 5-7 Dallas Cowboys? People will make up anything to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. They'll talk about Michael Parsons. Oh, man, he's on track to get 10 sacks. And? Michael Parsons, I'm going to show you the stats. I'm watching the tape. I've watched all the games. I'm looking at the box scores. I'm looking at the stats. You can tell me anything you want to. Folks are delusional. We were just talking 3 games ago how detrimental this man Michael Parsons is to the team. They turn around and win 2 games that he's not even the star of. And we say, all of a sudden, he's the leader on the team. Michael Parsons is balling. What? Miss me. Mike Zimmer should be the star of this team right now. Mike Zimmer started balling with this defense before Michael Parsons got back on the field. And it wasn't until Mike Zimmer challenged him against the Washington Commanders that he stepped up his game just a little bit more. You get back at linebacker, we might really see what he is. We're never going to see what he is, y'all, at defensive end. I'm just telling you, we're not. He's not LT. He's not Charles Haley. We need to get all that stuff out of our minds. They can make up any narrative they want to. But this league ain't the same without Rain Dakota Prescott. It's going to have to be studied after this man retires. The hatred for this man is going to have to be studied. His stats, spectacular. His wins, spectacular. He's up there with the greats. He only has 2 playoff wins. I wonder, would we have even put up with Peyton Manning, because Peyton Manning in his first 9 seasons, he hadn't won a Super Bowl. His stats don't look better than Dak's. Their stats are comparable. Drew Brees, their stats are comparable. But we have got in this age of, if they don't do it in the first 4 or 5 seasons, throw them in the trash. It's not how they used to do it. Quarterbacks will sit on the bench for 3 years, 4 years. They come in, they have a team, they have player development, the team, they build around them, and then we would wait and see, okay, let's see what they do over the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years after they've been on the bench for 3 or 4. But we've been spoiled today because we say that if they don't do it in the first 4 years, then they're no good. Well, you got to explain to me then. What's going on with Trevor Lawrence? He got paid, nobody complaining. Anybody want to talk about Deshaun Watson? It's amazing we don't want to talk about Deshaun Watson. It's amazing. Nobody want to talk about Josh Allen, do we? Has he been to the Super Bowl? Josh Allen been to the Super Bowl? Has he played in the Super Bowl? I mean, what has Josh Allen done? Oh, okay, he's got about, 3 more playoff wins than Dak Prescott. Okay, great, whoop-de-doo. This team wouldn't be satisfied if Dak Prescott had won 4 or 5 playoff games. This fan base still wouldn't be satisfied because the mark is Troy Aikman, who played with a freaking super team. And we don't want to admit it. And I'm telling you, I've been around enough folk. Some of this stuff, and I hate to say it because I don't even deal in this type of politics, but I'm telling you, some of this stuff with Dak Prescott also is racial. It's insanity. It is. Some of it is. Because it's amazing when everyone else has the same stats as Dak Prescott, we move the bar and say, oh, but this is why, and this is why, and this is why, and this is why. But with Dak Prescott, we say, no, his stats, they're all padded. They're no good. They're not valid. It's stupid. You got to give me the excuse then. Lamar Jackson has had everything better than Dak Prescott. Why hasn't he won? Why hasn't he won? He's more talented than Dak Prescott. He's had better teams than Dak Prescott. Why hasn't he done it? Why? Why hasn't he done it? We keep moving the bar when it comes to Rain Dakota Prescott. This man was up in the press box the other day, drinking, had 4 bottled waters in front of him, and folk went on Twitter and was talking about the man had 4 waters in front of him. What? This is why they keep talking about him. This is why the haters can't just sit back and say, hey, man, the Cowboys are winning. It's ugly. Cooper Rush, you know, he's good enough. But he's being carried by the defense. He's being carried by special teams with the Commanders. This week he's being carried by the defense, DeMarion Overshown. He's being carried. Nope, we can't admit that. Because to admit that, we'd have to say they're not winning because of Cooper Rush, and it's not that they were losing because of Dak Prescott. We can't tell the truth. We literally have to say the reason why they're winning is because Dak Prescott is not playing. It's ridiculous. And Jimmy Johnson, I'm telling you, man, we live in this keyboard gangster society. We live in this social media society. Man, people better be glad that Dak Prescott is the type of dude he is. These dudes in the media, and Dak Prescott, he lets you know how he thinks. When they asked him about what Troy Aikman said about the play calling to Mike McCarthy, when Dak Prescott came to the defense of Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott says those guys work for the media and they have a job to do, and it's their job to draw attention or get clicks to whatever they're doing. Dak knows the game. That's why he's probably listening to Jimmy Johson saying, okay, it's pretty cool, but I still got $231 million guaranteed dollars, and there's nothing you or the Dak Prescott haters can do about it. All they can do is pocket watch. That's all they can do. But Jimmy Johnson ought to be ashamed of himself. Jimmy Johnson ought to be absolutely ashamed of himself. You obviously don't understand the room, but I think he does understand the room. You have all of this respect, bro. And you're going to roll up in here and say something like this, knowing it's going to garner attention. Colin didn't ask him that. He wanted to get that in because he knows full well everybody's going to be saying, did y'all hear what Jimmy Johnson said on the Colin Cowherd show? But somebody need to go back and say, hey, hold on a second. He said that in November, but did you hear what he said in September? Shut your mouth, you hypocrite. What changed your mind all of a sudden? Oh, hindsight is 20/20? You don't believe me? Let me destroy the next part of his argument. He never should have said anything about Dak Prescott. Oh, wait, hold on. I can't forget this part.
I'd let him play that.
I can't let you go without giving you this part. I'm gonna show you how this man is a bold-faced lie. He said they are strapped. He said they are strapped with Dak Prescott's contract. It's amazing that he says that. It's amazing that Jimmy Johnson says the Cowboys are salary cap strapped when you can literally go to this thing called the internet? The Dallas Cowboys are salary cap strapped, y'all. I want you to see how much cap space they have. Do y'all realize the Cowboys are in 7th place as in the most cap space in the NFL? How are they cap strapped? How? Explain to me how they cap. How are they cap strapped? The Cowboys basically have $20.5 million. Do y'all not understand that by the Dallas Cowboys signing CeeDee Lamb, by the Cowboys signing Dak Prescott, that when the season ends, they're going to simply flip a switch on Dak Prescott's contract. They're going to flip a switch on CeeDee Lamb's contract. They're probably going to cut Terrence Steele. They're probably going to let go of one of the safeties, and they're going to flip all these switches. Might even do something with Trayvon Diggs. Do y'all know that the Cowboys are on pace to have $100 million in cap space at the end of the season? Everyone knows this is it's inevitable. It's literally inevitable. This is exactly what they're going to do. And if it's not exactly, it'll be some of what they're going to do. They're going to flip a switch on Dak Prescott's contract. That's why they redid it. They're going to flip the switch. And the Cowboys in the offseason are going to probably have somewhere between $50 to $100 million. I say minimum 50, high end 100. So Jimmy, you know better than this. You knew when you made this statement. This isn't new information I'm giving anybody. It's right here. The Cowboys could have done something at the trade deadline if they really wanted to. Hassan Reddick was out there for the taking. DeAndre Hopkins was out there for the taking. The Cowboys had enough money, whether people realize it or not. They could have got Derrick Henry. They had enough money to get Saquon Barkley. They even could have went and got Kareem Hunt. Man, come on. The Cowboys have had so many opportunities to add players to this team for a little bit of nothing and low commitment. And what do? We keep giving up 4th-round draft picks. We gave up one for Trey Lance. It's amazing. Had we spent the offseason, rather than focusing on could Trey Lance take Dak Prescott's spot, and rather than signing him to giving away a 4th-round draft pick, which could have been a running back in last year's draft, and spending $5 million, which could have went to Derrick Henry and could have helped this team win games, we made it to Trey Lance doo-doo show the entire offseason. We're the only team I know. This is why I'm laughing at Dallas Cowboy fans. We're the only team I know. We go in to the new season with the runner-up MVP, 2nd-team All-Pro quarterback coming off his best season of his career, and rather than us saying we're almost there, we're almost there, man. All we need is a couple of more players. We let 9 veterans go. And then commence to say we're all in. And we're going to play with nothing but the players who were the backup players last year and put the $231 million quarterback at risk by putting him behind a shaky offensive line. Tell me who else do it. It is insane to me that folk argue so hard against Dak Prescott, knowing it's a travesty what they're doing. It's a travesty. And Jimmy said it. Give him a chance. Put players around him. Jimmy, you didn't even give us a chance to put players around him. And all of a sudden, it's amazing how folk will go with what they want, but then they'll ignore the truth. Jimmy's a hypocrite. Point blank. Jimmy's a hypocrite. He's a hypocrite. And Jimmy full well knows the problem for this team. It's not Dak Prescott. He said Dak's not the problem in his first interview. He knows full well Tony Romo wasn't the problem. He knows full well the problem began when Jerry Jones fired him. And he brought in Barry Switzer and he ushered in this country club football team, and they have been the same team ever since they won that Super Bowl in 1995. They've been that same team. We're watching the same team. That's all we're watching. That's all we're watching. We're watching Jerry Jones make one of the dumbest decisions he ever made in 93 in firing Jimmy Johnson. We're watching the same Jerry Jones. That's what we're watching. The same Jerry Jones that says that anybody can win with this team. And Barry Switzer won with that team, even though Jerry goes out and gets some more firepower. He goes out and gets Deion Sanders. He goes out and gets Charles Haley. He wants to prove that I can win without Jimmy. What that look like now? Jimmy's a bold-faced liar. And Jimmy knows unequivocally the problem of this team is not Dak Prescott. The problem of this team is Jerry Jones, the same man who said we can win. Anybody can coach this team, Jimmy. Anybody can win a Super Bowl with this team. Is the same man that's saying that when we sign Dak Prescott, he gonna have to do more with less. What that get you? I'm sorry, I'm Dak Prescott. I'm crying all the way and laughing to the bank because you know what? You can do any stupid thing you want to, but I'm going to take $231 million of your money and put it in my bank account. And for everybody who's saying Dak ain't it, Dak is it. Dak got $90 million in the bank guaranteed. Dak Prescott contract is so ironclad that even if the Cowboys cut him, he's still going to get $200 million. Now tell me who you laughing at. Dak knows exactly what he's doing. My problem I have with Dakota Prescott, he loves this team too much. See, that's the part folk don't get. If Dak was playing for the money, Dak would have got the money, even if it wasn't from Dallas, and Mike would have got more. And not only would he probably have gotten more, Dak Prescott probably gets the opportunity of a lifetime. He don't even get to go to a team that's not a contender. How much you bet? Sean McVay says, you know what? Dak Prescott is sitting out there on deck. Matthew Stafford, get out. How much you bet? How much you bet? Kyle Shanahan says, Brock Purdy, you ain't done no better than Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not paying you $60 million. I'll pay Dak Prescott $60 million. Everybody knows this. Mike Tomlin was licking his chops thinking Dak Prescott was going to be available because Mike Tomlin is saying, you give me Dak Prescott with this team, I bet you we'll get a Super Bowl. See, folk don't understand. I explain this and I keep explaining this. People don't know business. They don't know football business. You don't get to sit down with Jerry Jones and say, you're giving me $231 million, Jerry, unless you are able to say, and if you don't give it to me, you don't get to make somebody give you $231 million unless they know you got options. Mike Fisher said it. He knows football way more than the Dak detractors. You know what Mike Fisher said? Mike Fisher said the same thing I said after I said it. He said they sat down and they looked at every single scenario. And it all kept coming back to Dak Prescott. Was there somebody in the draft better? No. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Can Cooper Rush possibly take Dak Prescott's spot? No. Will there be a free agent that comes loose in the offseason that's better than Dak Prescott? No. Okay. What are our options? What quarterbacks are out there that maybe we could bring in for a bargaining chip because Cooper Rush ain't it? Folk don't even realize what we're saying, how dumb it is. You're saying that he's better than Dak, but they didn't even say we're going to use you for 2 years to get from under Dak's contract. They didn't even say that. They know what he is. The league knows what he is. All the scouts know what he is. He's a good backup with a weak arm. That's why you have to make sure all of his throws are quick. You got to make everything within the 5 to 10 yard range. Anything that you throw, and if you'll notice, Shannon Sharp talked about it. You'll notice with Cooper Rush, once you get beyond 10 yards, it's a crapshoot. He has no velocity on the ball. Every now and then he can throw you a good deep one. But more times than not, Cooper Rush is going to throw you ducks. Wait a minute. I got to keep dismantling what Jimmy said. I just had to show the part. He said they were strapped by the contracts. Jimmy don't even, I can't even say Jimmy don't understand this. Jimmy has to understand this. Do we not realize that once the Cowboys re-sign Micah Parsons, it's going to give them even more money under the cap? Come on, Jimmy. Y'all need to understand, these folks will sit in your face. They will sit in your face on social media and lie. Come on, Jimmy. Jimmy know how this stuff works. Once they sign Michael, they got even more money under the cap. More money. The Cowboys are not strapped. They're not salary cap strapped. These are all lies. They're not. They're not. It's all lies. Every last piece of this is lies. And I'm mad that folk just won't call this man. I'm sorry, you can hate Dak Prescott. Two things can be true at the same time. If you want to say Dak Prescott is this and this and this, but doggone it, can you call this man out on these doggone lies? Everything this man says in this conversation, I'm sorry, it's a lie. It's an absolute lie. Every piece of it can be dismantled and disproved by just a little bit of research.
Out. Yeah. Because he's the highest paid player in the league. He's not the best player in the league.
Right. I'm about to literally destroy this man. Some of y'all not going to be honest, but I'm going to be honest today. I'm honest all the time. I'm going to be absolute honest because somebody got to do it. I'm telling y'all, there are folks out there that just won't tell the truth. Somebody got to tell the truth. Let's see here, Jimmy. Because I'm going to show again, Jimmy. Excuse me. I'm going to show again, Jimmy. I'm going to show Jimmy that you are a bold-faced, unequivocal liar. You can tell me anything you want to, but you are speaking against facts. I'm going to show y'all again. You don't even have to. This stuff that Jimmy is saying, you can tell me anything you want to about Dak, but now I'm not going to talk about Dak. I'm going to talk about how Jimmy is lying. I'm proved to you once he's already lied. He said he wouldn't pay him. That's not what he said in September. He lied again. He said the Cowboys are salary cap strapped. I just showed you the salary cap right here on the internet. They have the 7th most money in the NFL under the salary cap. And when they sign Micah Parsons, they're going to have even more money. And then they're going to flip the switches on those contracts and they will have $100 million. Jimmy know this. Jimmy's a liar. Jimmy's a liar. But boy, I got to show you this one. Oh, I got to show you this one. Let me show you how Jimmy again is lying in our faces. Y'all ready for this? See, the Dak haters, they eat off this stuff. And I'm going to show you. You ain't eating nothing but poo-poo. Watch this. Look at this. Jimmy said that Dak Prescott is the highest paid player in the league. but he's not the best player. He's not the best player in the league. So y'all tell me, let me give you a quick quiz. If you honest with yourself, you will tell the truth. If you're a liar, you're going to stay a liar. Is being the highest paid player in the league based upon being the best player in the league? The silence is deafening, isn't it? Isn't the silence deafening? Y'all tell me, when has it been the best player in the league gets the most money in the league? Y'all tell me when has that been the qualification for being the highest paid player in the NFL? When has that been the qualification? Tell me. What is it? Only 2 quarterbacks in the last 6 years who won a Super Bowl? Yeah, y'all tell me. When has it ever been about being the best player in the league to be the highest paid player in the league? Jimmy Johson is another bold-faced liar, and he ought to be ashamed of himself because he knows full well that this is not how this goes. And shame on anybody who agrees with this man. Shame on you. You're a liar and the truth is not in you. You're a liar. Tell him, Kadishaw. Tell him. Absolutely never. You want to know how I know? So you're telling me that when you're telling me that when Jordan Love became the highest paid player in the league, was he the best player in the league? Was he even the best quarterback in the league? Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me. I'm done. Nah, Michael H. We ain't gonna say always. Never. The best player in the league is never the highest paid. Never. Tom Brady wasn't the highest paid player in the league. Patrick Mahomes, who is the best quarterback in the league, he's not the highest paid player in the league. It don't matter the reason. He's not the highest paid player in the league. Even before Patrick Mahomes, it never happens. It's next man up. It's next man up. And I know it's not, and people can hate it, love it, or hate it, but it is what it is. You know how I know? Watch this, y'all. Don't talk to me if you don't want to talk facts, because I'm going to destroy you with facts. Y'all tell me at any point in this man's NFL career, has this man been the best player in the league? Appreciate you, Roger, with that $1.99 super chat. Roger, I'm like you. Come on, Jimmy. Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy. I'm telling y'all something as a man of God. Hate is a dangerous thing. Hate will make you see things that are actually not true. Hate will make you see things in people that may not be there. It'll also make you miss things in people that are blatantly there. When you hate people, it don't matter what they do. If you hate them, it's always an excuse. But when you love them, you make every excuse. Tell me when Trevor Lawrence has ever been the best player in the league. Tell me when Joe Burrow has ever been the best player in the league. When? When has he ever been the best player in the league? I'm not saying he's not one of the best players in the league. When was he the best player in the league? Oh, wait a minute. I'll wait on this one. You tell me when Tua Tagovailoa, $53.1 million per season, y'all tell me when Tua Tagovailoa has ever been the best player in the league. Come on, Jimmy. The facts will destroy you, Jimmy. Tell me when Jared Goff has ever been the best player in the league. Who gonna argue? Who gonna argue that this man has ever been the best player in the league? Jared Goff. I can tell you what I can argue right now. He got the best team in the league. And I find it to be strange that they can pay him $53.1 million. They can give him this kind of extension, and he's got a plethora of players around him. Oh, boy, the golden boy. Tell me, y'all, tell me when Justin Herbert has ever been the top player in the league. We can't even really name when this man has even been the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. Come on. Come on, Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy. See, the problem with a lot of these folk, they won't do the homework. Now, I'm going to do the homework. I believe facts over fiction. I'm talking about facts over fiction. I'm talking about facts over feelings. I'm talking about fact over hate. You can tell me anything you want to, but Lamar Jackson, we might could make an argument that there was a point in time when Lamar Jackson was the best player in the league. Isn't it strange how they argued against him too? Come on, Jimmy. Who gonna argue that Jalen Hurts? Who gonna argue? Jalen Hurts, best player in the league. Jalen Hurts right now, people are arguing Jalen Hurts is not even the best player on his own doggone team. Come on, Jimmy. All you Dak haters. You can tell me anything you want to. I'm just speaking nothing but facts. I'm talking about, man, do y'all know these people have a staff of folk who get information for them? They have a staff. They don't even have to do it themselves. I'm talking about stuff I'm doing on the fly. I'm doing it on the fly. Didn't even have this stuff pre-ready. Jimmy can say it, I can go prove it wrong. I had none of this stuff ready. This is rudimentary stuff. Man, y'all got to stop listening to folks that are dishonest. Y'all tell me when this man has ever been the best player in the league. You know what they all have in common? Every time their contract comes up, guess what happens? They become the highest paid player in the league, and this is a trend with quarterbacks. Deshaun Watson, nope. Kirk Cousins, nope. Uh-oh. This right here, this man right here, straight from where I'm from, East Texas. This right here is the only man you can argue is worth, because everyone says Dak isn't worth his money. Okay, if Dak isn't worth his money, tell me everyone before Patrick Mahomes and after Patrick Mahomes is worth their money then. Because none of them are worth their money because this man is the one that's winning the Super Bowls. Stupid. Stupid. This man owes Dak Prescott an apology. Shut your mouth. I tell folk all the time, as a person in the church, I don't care about nobody's paycheck but mine. Stop watching other men's pockets, man. You want to talk about you don't think he's this and that. When it comes to that man money, Jimmy, you know how dangerous this game is. Shut your mouth. Stop talking about this man money. When we know doggone well that money is not always equating into what happens on the field because there are so many other things that happens around these players. You want to tell me why everybody says that Josh Allen is Superman? Why hasn't he won? Jimmy's argument is dumb. It's dumb. They threw this man in the trash, but look at his pay. He was in the top paid quarterbacks. He was making more than Dak at once upon a time. I'm telling you, I just go down the line. You can go down the line on these guys. It's never about being the best player. It's by position. It's by position, and it's when your time comes up. That's the bottom line. Jimmy says one of the most appalling things when he says that Dak Prescott isn't even the best player in the league. Come on, Jimmy. How do you say stuff like this about a man with a straight face? How do you say this stuff when you know what you're saying is not true? You know what you're saying. What you're saying has nothing to do with what you're saying. Man, this is stupid. I'm about to give y'all, y'all think that I done gave y'all the facts to go, yeah, he tells some truth there. He telling some truth. Jimmy did. No. I'm going to show you the statement that really has me disqualifying Jimmy Johnson. And so Dak delusional. I don't even have to worry about arguing with you. Everything I'm saying destroys every argument you make. So did I say Jimmy was dumb? The title on the thumbnail is Jimmy is a hypocrite. Am I not proving my point? Now, do you need to know what a hypocrite is, Dak Delusional? Because, you say your name is delusional, so you said it, I didn't.
And he wasn't going to.
So I got to show you, because I'm not going to argue like a lot of folks, which I won't even spend the time arguing with you in the comments. I'm just going to keep destroying you with facts, just like I do all these other issues. Do you want to know what the definition of a hypocrite is? Maybe this will help you out so you won't think I'm calling Jimmy dumb, but I'm sticking to my premise that Jimmy is a hypocrite. A hypocrite is someone who pretends to have certain beliefs or qualities that they do not actually possess or whose actions contradict their stated beliefs. I'll let you read it in case, because you say you're delusional, right? So I'm trying to help you not to be delusional. I don't even have to argue with you. I'll just blow you away like I do everyone else who talks stupid. I don't care about your feelings, bro. I don't care about your emotions. The facts are speaking louder than words. Jimmy Johnson is a hypocrite. He said one thing in September. Now he comes back and says another thing in November. And I don't want to hear all this. He changed his mind. Now I'm going to show you. He says right here in this interview, I'm going to show you why this no good. I like Jimmy. I like what he did for the Cowboys. But I'm going to call a spade a spade. This man is. I'm going to keep destroying this man. I'm just going to keep destroying him with facts. So y'all got to explain this to me. I'm Dak Prescott. Y'all Dak Prescott. And the Dallas Cowboys have the unmitigated gall to let you play out your contract on the last year of your contract. And then if you win the Super Bowl or you go to the Super Bowl, I'm literally going to negotiate. I'm literally going to negotiate with you now after you let me go with this team that we currently have that wasn't going to the Super Bowl, and Jerry absolutely knew it. So you now think that you let me go out and risk my health, that now I'm about to negotiate with you. Are you going to negotiate? Because do you know we already got the understanding that this is why Dak Prescott now does not have not only one no trade clause, but even at the age of 31 has a no trade clause, $231 guaranteed $1 million. You want to know why Dak Prescott got that money? You want to know why there's no trade clause? Because there was no negotiating. None. They were negotiating. Dak wasn't negotiating. Do y'all realize that in order to negotiate, you got to have something to negotiate with? They tried to bring Trey Lance. They tried. It didn't work. They couldn't bring Cooper Rush because that was a joke. What You want to know why there was no negotiation? See, you can't come to me and negotiate me. You can't come to me and say, hey, there's a MacBook sitting in front of you. I want to negotiate for your MacBook. Okay, what do you have? A calculator. You think a calculator is a negotiation for a MacBook? You see my point? Come on, Jimmy. Jimmy knows this is not how this goes. Jimmy knows this. Come on, Jimmy. This is pure buffoonery. This man is too smart for this, y'all. And I refuse to believe that Jimmy is saying this stuff not knowing exactly what I'm talking about when he got way more sense than me. Jimmy got way more football sense than I do. Jimmy has sat inside of rooms and negotiated these things. Jimmy knows doggone well what he's saying. This ain't how this stuff goes. Everybody's laughing at Jimmy. Everybody's laughing at Jimmy because you know what everyone else is saying? You know what the Howie Rosens of the world are saying? Why let him play it out? And then you wind up having to pay him $60 million or $65 million, or you just be without a quarterback. Y'all know what Howie Rosen does? Howie Rosen says, oh, wait a minute, my quarterback is trending up. My wide receiver is trending up. My running back is trending up. My linemen are trending up. My defensive man is trending up. You know what I'm going to do? Let me sign him before we even get to the point of negotiation. This is why he's the best GM in football, Howie Rosen. And I think we're going to have to start talking about this guy from Detroit. He's probably a close number. He's probably one. If there's one, maybe we can say 1A, 1B. What Jimmy is talking about is pure hogwash and foolishness. Now, let me show you what he's about to base that answer on. Because I heard this same question on 105.3 The Fan, and I thought it was the dumbest question I'd ever heard. I'm gonna tell you how they phrase it on 105.3, but listen to what Jimmy says. Now, keep all this in your mind. He's giving these answers unsolicited from Colin Cowherd. Colin asked him, like, what do they do next year? And he uses it as an opportunity to dump on Dak Prescott and then lies and say, and they won't be able to do anything going forward because of Dak Prescott, singing the same narrative that Colin Cowherd has been saying, and both of them are straight up liars. Both of them. Watch this. Listen to him lie some more.
If he got hurt, you saved money.
You catch what he said? That's the key. That right there is the key. If he gets hurt, you save money. Anybody want to know what happened to Dak Prescott? I mean, in case you've been sleeping under a rock. Jimmy is mad because Dak got the contract and Dak got hurt. And so Jimmy is now talking as in 2020 hindsight. If I would have known he was going to get hurt, because I have a strange feeling. People were saying that Jerry and Jimmy were talking again and saying that the Cowboys have some kind of Illuminati type advisory board, and that Jimmy was on the advisory board. I just wonder if Jimmy was a part of the reason why they re-signed Dak Prescott, because I just find it hard to believe that he's on the advisory board. He's telling them don't re-sign Dak, but then in September says Dak is the man and makes every defense of why Dak is the man. Dak's not the problem. Then he comes back after the injury now and gets the opportunity to vent. And what does he say? And if he gets hurt, why would you say that? because no one thinks like that. Because in actuality, do y'all know that when they start negotiating contracts, this is actually how they're negotiating? The players are actually negotiating the contract in case they get hurt. Come on, Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy. Surely Jimmy has set in on enough deals to know no player is going to let you use that against him. They're not going to let you do it. They're not. They're not going to let you put them on the hook, because I was actually worried about Dak this season because I knew what their offensive line was. And I was worried because I was saying, if Dak Prescott hits that field and Dak Prescott winds up breaking a leg, it is going to seriously hinder his, I don't think it would have stopped him from getting paid per se, because I think depending upon what the injury was, teams still would have paid Dak Prescott. I mean, come on. Kirk Cousins came off of an Achilles at 35 years old and still got $135 million guaranteed, $180 million deal. So Dak Prescott, even if he would have got hurt, if it wasn't career ending, Dak Prescott was still going to get hurt whether he got injured or not. But Jimmy, come on. Jimmy knows better than this stuff. It don't work like this. I'm not letting you use if I get injured in the negotiation, bro. Okay, like Dak Prescott said, if the Cowboys don't re-sign me, I will not be mad. Dak knew already. He knew what his options were. He knew the teams that were interested. Dak knew. Todd Francis knew exactly what was going on with Dak Prescott. Jimmy Johson again, y'all. Jimmy's lying. Jimmy speaking out of 2020 hindsight. This is where some of this conversation is coming from, because that's why he's not necessarily answering a clear, concise answer to Colin Cowherd. What does Dak Prescott, because Jimmy, you said it. Dak is the man. Dak is going to be here. For every person who don't like Dak Prescott in the chat, I'm going to give you some advice that maybe a counselor will give you too. I would advise you to check out on the Dallas Cowboys. I would advise you over the next 3 seasons, check out on the Dallas Cowboys, find you another team, or you get in reality, stop speaking against who you have, and start rooting for what you have, because there's nothing you can do to change it. Dak Prescott's the quarterback here for the next 3 seasons. His contract basically says it. The soonest they can get rid of Dak is 2027. And I'm pretty sure he's going to get the 2027 season unless there's some kind of injury. Dak will be here all the way through 2027. And I'm telling you, I got a strange feeling what the things they're going to have to do with Dak Prescott's contract. You have to understand, either they're going to be prepared to take a humongous cap hit and get from under Dak's contract, or this contract is literally designed to flip another switch, and Dak Prescott's going to stay here for the remainder of that contract, and they're going to push some of that money down the road again, and Dak Prescott will probably play an additional 2 years here until they get the quarterback that's going to take his spot. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you it is what it is. Love it, hate it, or like it. And Jimmy knows this is not how this works. It just doesn't work the way Jimmy is saying. It's this statement right here. It's this statement right here. So hold on a second, Jimmy. Did you just try to throw Dak Prescott under the bus by saying that Mike McCarthy isn't the problem? The same Mike McCarthy that got fired from the Green Bay Packers for the same reason that everyone is saying that he needs to go away from the Dallas Cowboys. The same Mike McCarthy that that Aaron Rodgers finally got fed up with when he was with the Green Bay Packers, and the Green Bay Packers sent this same Mike McCarthy, who sounds the same today like he did then. The same Mike McCarthy who was talking about a 30-year-old West Coast offense, that's how he was taught it, and everyone was complaining about his play calling up until the last couple of games. You're talking about this same Mike McCarthy. We got to stop letting men eat off of one Super Bowl. Because I'm just being honest. Maybe I'm wrong. But for you to have prime Aaron Rodgers for 13 seasons and you only muster out one Super Bowl, I don't care what the circumstances are. That is an absolute travesty. That is a travesty. There are not many people who would tell you talent-wise in Tom Brady's and Aaron Rodgers' prime. There are not many people who would tell you talent-wise that Tom Brady was better than Aaron Rodgers. Where I think Tom Brady was better than Aaron Rodgers, one, it was cerebral. But number two, I think that him and Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniel were a great cocktail. And some of the things that Bill did around him, some of the things they put around Tom, some of it was Tom, some of it was them. I give it more like 65-35. This is why Tom was able to go on to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's so cerebral. He went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and won a Super Bowl with the same team that Jameis Winston had, with the addition, of course, of Antonio Brown. And Antonio Brown, when he's playing football, Antonio Brown is no slouch. He's no slouch. And so when you think about everything I'm telling you, and then Jimmy even says, Mike McCarthy's a good coach. I'm confused. Because it was not just 2 games ago. Everybody, including Troy Aikman, was talking bad about Mike McCarthy's play calling. And then we get to the Commanders game, and all of a sudden, Troy Aikman starts saying, Mike McCarthy's a heck of a coach. You wasn't saying that before, Troy. These people, they go by narratives. That's what they do. That's what they do. It's insane. It's insane. Let me see something here. Hughes says, you sound dumb. You nobody, bro. 6 defensive players is better than one quarterback with 60 millions that can't win games. Jimmy Wright because Dallas kicker. So, see, this is why I say, people come in. I don't know if you're just come in. You're not getting the premise. I'm proving what I've proved. Jimmy Johnson's a hypocrite. Jimmy Johnson said one thing. Looks back in hindsight, I guess because Dak Prescott gets hurt. Jimmy is the one, not me, who said give Dak Prescott a chance. Jimmy is the one who said put players around him, not me. Jimmy said it. Jimmy said Dak is not Dak. This team is not Dak's fault. So you could call somebody dumb. You need to be either talking to yourself for ignoring what Jimmy said and ignoring all the facts that I pointed out, or acknowledge that what I'm saying is true. And let me tell you something, bro. Last warning. Don't you ever on this platform say that me or anyone else is nobody. Because we're all somebody. We're all children of God in a sense. So you don't get to tell me or anybody they're nobody. So if that's how you feel, you find you somewhere else to go hate on Dak Prescott and be happy with your life. But we're talking football. And you obviously know nothing about doggone football because the Dallas Cowboys have $20 million. What make you think the Cowboys are going to go get 6 defensive players? What are you talking about? How would they do it? Go create a channel, come back and let us know, and then you explain how in the world they're going to take $60 million and get 6 defensive. Get out of here, bro. That's stupid talk. They're not going to do that. You need to look in the mirror before the next time you say somebody look dumb. That's stupid. That's stupid talk. What 6 defensive players would they even get? That's stupid talk. You talking with your emotions. I've given nothing but facts based on what I'm saying. Jimmy Johnson is a hypocrite because everything he said right here, he did not say in September. And he's even going against what he himself said. Dak's not the problem. Wait, is he the problem now? Because you just explained without saying he's the problem. They're cap strapped because of these contracts. Which one? Which one? You just said Mike McCarthy isn't the problem. Who's the problem? Because the only one to me you're saying here's the problem is Dak Prescott. I'm not going to argue with foolishness. But I'm saying this is sports, bro. You don't know me, I don't know you. Let's not start talking about people's life. The facts are the facts. Jimmy Johnson, based on what he himself said, not what I said, Jimmy Johnson is a hypocrite. Straight up in the story. This is absolutely crazy that Jimmy is saying this stuff, and I'm laughing because Colin Cowherd, y'all got to understand, these people do this on purpose because y'all don't understand. And some of y'all do. They've been talking about this. The problem with the NFL right now, the ratings are down. The ratings are down. And the only thing that I can see that's missing is Dak Prescott. And this is why people keep manufacturing stories to talk about Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has nothing to do with anything that's going on right now with the Cowboys. And I'm laughing. I'm actually laughing. The Dallas Cowboys. Michael H. said, I think Mike is a good coach, play caller, not so much. You don't go 12-4 3 years straight on luck alone. And my issue with Mike McCarthy is, I've said it before, over and over and over. Anybody who's been here other than somebody who come in don't know context. I've had one problem with Mike McCarthy. He will not control the parts he can control. And Michael H., what did you just say? The play calling. That's the problem I have with Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy play calling is atrocious. It is. Aaron Rodgers said it was. This is why the Packers let him go. And not only that, Mike McCarthy is not a motivator of men, and it's been proven. And I'm laughing. Don't y'all let these people fool y'all with this narrative of Mike McCarthy is a good coach, because none of them were saying it. None of them were saying it. None of them were saying it until he beat the Washington Commanders and until they beat the New York Giants. But I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to let y'all see it for yourself. I'm laughing that we're talking about how good Mike McCarthy is now, which Michael H., we got to be honest. The man did win 12 games in three. He had 3 seasons of 12 wins. But we might have to start admitting some things too. The NFC wasn't as good as it is going to be going forward. So we're going to really see what Mike is going to be able to do. Because, Lone Star, in case you haven't been here, I've already been saying this for the longest. I think, Robert says Mike McCarthy get another shot. I've already been saying that. Mike McCarthy, I believe they're setting it up for Mike McCarthy to be hired again. They're setting it up because Jerry knows. It's like with Mike McCarthy, you're having double arguments. We know Jerry didn't give him anything. Same thing for Dak Prescott. Jerry didn't give Mike McCarthy anything to work with. Then Mike McCarthy, what I don't appreciate about Mike McCarthy, that when Dak goes out, he calls the games different. And I know why he's calling the game different, because anyone with half a brain can see the limitations of one Cooper Rush. So Mike dumbs the game down, and then the defense has to play out of their mind in order for the Cowboys to win. Now, we need to understand something. The Giants The Giants, the Commanders are not there yet. The Commanders are not there yet. But I'm going to tell you this part, and this is the part that has me blown away. So we are acting like that we won the Super Bowl by beating the New York Giants. And I'm sorry, it is absolutely appalling to me. And people can say anything they want to. And then I'm going to get to your super chat, Mitch. It is absolutely appalling to me that we are hollering to the rooftops that we beat the New York Giants. But when you look at what the Bucs did to the New York Giants, and they have been injury riddled also. This is what they did to the New York Giants. They stomped them. They stomped the New York Giants in the ground like a bug. They stomped them 30-7. We won 27-20, and per our usual, we seem to give up games at the end and almost gave this one away at the end. Why are we acting like we beat the Lions? Why are we acting like we beat the Lions? Why are we acting like we even beat the Eagles? Why are we acting like we beat the Minnesotas, the Green Bays? Why are we acting like that we have beaten good teams? We beat the New York Giants, y'all. They're decimated. They're decimated. I would arguably say, they're almost decimated as bad as we are. They're decimated. And the only thing that happened in these last two games, I'm telling you, this is the formula for Cooper Rush. You better keep the game close or you better have a lead. You better keep it close or you better have a lead. You better have, as in the Commanders game, you better have some weird special team stuff going on to where Kevontae Turpin broke the game open, and then you got to have a little bit of luck. The Washington Commanders scored a touchdown, and the kicker botched the kick. The holder botched the hold. The kicker botched the kick. Because if not, that game is about to be a whole lot different. You're going to need what you had last week. Do y'all know what broke the game open last week? What broke this game open on Thursday? What broke the game open on Thursday? What broke the game open on Thursday was none other than the Mariano Overshown. He broke the game open. When he tipped that ball to himself and ran a touchdown, that was it. They got the lead. The defense kept it close. The Giants turned the ball over because Drew Lock, first game he played this season, and they were able to hold them off. I'm telling y'all, Monday night going to be different. W. Hughes, last thing I'm going to tell you. I don't check out, bro. This is my channel. Why am I checking out? This is my platform. Why am I checking out? If you call checking out telling you facts, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not a member of the Dallas Cowboys, so I'm not going to be gone, and I'm not going to be gone with Dak and everything else you're talking about. Dak Prescott is going to be the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. This ain't Tony Romo. Dak Prescott will be back on this team, and the Joneses are going to see to it because they're not going to let Dak Prescott walk away scot-free with $200 million. They're not going to do it. And Dak Prescott will be back on the field with this team. I don't even know where you're getting Dak Prescott. It's insane what are you talking about? It's insane talk. A hamstring injury? I have no clue what you're talking about. You really need to probably find you somewhere else to go where folks are smarter than me. Troy Dudley, no. Jimmy is wrong. Jimmy is unequivocally. Oh, so which one is it, Troy? Was he right the first time or right the second time? So which one fits your narrative? The first time he gave the answer, or the second time? It's amazing. Like I said, hate will change your whole view. It'll change your whole view. It's insanity. The real fan one says McCarthy's a good coach. He went to I'm you know what? I'm torn on Mike McCarthy because my problem with Mike McCarthy, he has had the same problem even in them 12-game seasons. We can blame Jerry for some of the stuff with Mike McCarthy, but we can also blame Mike McCarthy for some of the things with Mike McCarthy. And my biggest issue with Mike McCarthy is, I said it before, he's not a motivator of men, and he's not a good play caller. He's just not. It's like when his back is against the wall, he'll do certain things that he should have been doing the whole time. But then when he gets comfortable again, he falls right back into doing what Mike McCarthy wants to do. I don't know. I'm not going to, with Mike McCarthy, I've already said it before. I think I wouldn't mind Mike McCarthy coming back because it seems like the players like him. And I've heard some things that he said, and I think he's got some great ideas. But I think as far as him being the play caller, I am telling Mike McCarthy unequivocally, if you're going to come back to this team, you will not call plays, and you will not have no control over the game plans or the play calling. I'm going to bring Ben Johnson in. I'm going to make Ben Johnson, I've said this even before this conversation, for all you latecomers, I would bring Mike McCarthy back for 2 years. I've already said this. This isn't news. I would bring him back, extend him for 2 years. I'd give him 2 years. I'd even give him a raise. But he would be under the understanding. We're going to bring in Ben Johnson. We're going to make him the highest paid offensive coordinator in the league. We're going to put players around Dak Prescott, and you're basically going to get Ben Johnson ready to take your spot. I think Mike McCarthy would be great in a consultation spot for a coach. As a coach, I don't think he's that. I struggle with the fact because this is Mike McCarthy's MO. Go back and look at Green Bay. He amassed a bunch of wins, but he only got one Super Bowl. In 13 seasons with Aaron Rodgers. I'm sorry, that's criminal to me. It's criminal. But if I brought him back, and I've already said I didn't have a problem bringing him back, he would have to be under the understanding you will have nothing to do with the play calling. Absolutely nothing. Ben Johnson is the offensive coordinator, and that is the end of the story. 70s fan, yep. Love's agent advised him how to hold out. Yep. No cap. I'm 100% with you. Anything said on Colin Cowherd's show is a pure joke. I've noticed this about Colin Cowherd. He will ignore facts to push his own narrative. Of course, that's what he's supposed to do in a sense if he's wanting, because if you listen to him, he makes a lot of crazy takes. I mean, he's the same one that said that he's the same one who's been the bandwagon driver for none other than Justin Herbert. And Justin Herbert continues to be the same thing. He continues to be the same thing. No matter what anyone says, Justin Herbert continues to be the same Justin Herbert. And he's only gotten, 2 coaches fired? 2 offensive coordinators fired? Colin Cowherd said that when our offensive coordinator that we let go of because of Mike McCarthy, he said that when he said that when Kellen Moore goes to the Chargers, he said that Justin Herbert was going to be the best quarterback in the league, only for them to let go of Kellen Moore in 1 year. Was it Kellen Moore or Justin Herbert? Colin Cowherd is a joke. He said a whole bunch of things. Every now and then you can get him to say something true, but when he's trying to get views, people do not understand. They have to talk about Dak Prescott because no one's watching them unless they're talking about Prescott and the Cowboys. Terminator says if Mike McCarthy gets into the playoffs 9 wins, then he earns the right to come back. Well, 9 wins not getting you in, Mr. Terminator. 9 wins not going to get you in. The Cowboys got to run the table. It's the only way to do it. They have to run the table. The Cowboys have lost so many tiebreakers by getting beat by the 40. People do not understand that the Cowboys have lost so many. They've lost so many tiebreakers. I mean, they've lost so many tiebreakers with losing to the 49ers, losing to the Saints, losing to the Baltimore Ravens. The Cowboys are in a situation that even if they get to 10 wins and they tie somebody, they probably still won't make the playoffs. That's how bad it people do not understand what the Cowboys have done. Now, you can say if he wins out, he gets to come back, but I don't think he's Mr. Terminator. I don't think it has anything to do with him winning out. I said this from the beginning for all the newcomers. He doesn't have to win out because Jerry has literally been making every excuse to bring him back. There it is, Michael H. His time management also. His time management is atrocious. Throw that in there too. He is some of the reasoning why they have not gotten past the first round too. It's not just all Dak Prescott. But I got a feeling they're going to bring him back. 70s fan, I keep telling him this generation different. Stop talking about this man money. Why doesn't this defense play out of their mind when Dak is the quarterback? They may not believe in Dak. I don't think it's not so much they don't believe in Dak. You know, some people don't understand that maybe it's in reverse. And I've actually been explaining this. Maybe they don't believe in Cooper Rush. Has that ever crossed anyone's mind? Do y'all not know? Some people play different when the man is in the game versus when the man is hurt. When the man is in the game, you know, we can do a few things that, you know, we can make a few mistakes, whatever the case may be, he'll make up for it. He makes up for a lot of things we can't do. But when the man isn't playing, now I got to really elevate my game because we got this particular person playing and we got to make up for what we're missing. I've been saying this. Limitations breed creativity. And I think with the limitations of Cooper Rush, Mike McCarthy has now started doing what I was saying he should have been doing with Dak Prescott. He should have already been running Rico Dowdle. I'm rehashing things that I've already said before. Michael H. said, I refuse to grade the Cowboys on the curve and give them a gold star for beating the Cowboys. We knew that they were trash before the start of the game. Michael H., you know what? Me and you probably alone on this because I said the Cowboys were going to beat the Giants. And I said, hey, people, don't get excited about this. The Giants are absolute trash. They're decimated. They're in full tank mode. They are. They're not like the Cowboys. They want to be in the top 5 in the draft. They want to be. They want to be in the top 5. And people are not understanding that. And so when you start talking about the Giants, I mean, it's absolutely crazy that we're acting this way. We beat the Giants. Mr. Terminator said the only way Dak leaves, he waives his trade clause or picks his destination. Yep. And people don't understand. I don't think he's going to ever do that. Dak loves this team. Rush has a 10-yard arm. I said it, Jay Recruiter. He can't throw anything over. He can't throw anything over 10 yards. That's why they're throwing all the short passes. That's why you'll notice, okay, he's got completions, but he's got very few down the field. He's got very few down the field, and it's blatantly obvious. And people just will not admit this stuff because they hate Dak Prescott so much. No Cap said, go ask the NFC who they would rather face. I bet you they would tell you, yes, go ahead and get rid of Dak, left or loud. They'll play Cooper Rush any day. Now, see, No Cap, you understand that. I understand that. But the Dak Prescott haters say, anybody but Dak. Yeah, these other teams are saying too. Anybody but Dak. Bring on Cooper Rush. I'm telling us this. And this is why I got a problem with Micah Parsons. I'm going to transition away from the whole discussion about Dak. Mingo was open deep, but Rush missed him. Yep. And that's why we can't evaluate Mingo. How do you evaluate Mingo with Cooper Rush? Throwing those doggone short passes. That's not what you got Mingo for. I mean, we're really not going to know what he is until Dak gets with him. We're just not going to know what he is. Troy Dudley says Mingo is a dog, and we're not going to know until Dak gets back. We're just not going to know. The only thing I took away from the Giants game, everyone competed. And I'm going to tell you something, Michael. This is another issue with Mike McCarthy why I say he's not a motivator of men. Has anyone ever noticed how the Cowboys play when they know they're going to beat a team? Just watch how they move. When they know they're going to beat a team, they move different. But when they get the doubt in their head that they can beat a team, they also move different. Mike can't consistently motivate this team. He just can't consistently do it. We're running out of reasons, y'all. We're running out of reasons. The Commanders. It was Dan Quinn. I just got a feeling everybody wanted to beat Dan Quinn. Stephon Gilmore said Dan Quinn threw that last game with Green Bay. I think that people wanted to beat Dan Quinn. I think this team was motivated to beat Dan Quinn. They beat Dan Quinn. I'm going to be very interested when they play the Commanders again because I don't think the story is going to be the same. I think the Commanders are going to really come to play because I think they actually were listening to everyone talk about the Cowboys and watching their downslide, and I think the Cowboys caught them slipping and sleeping. The New York Giants. The Cowboys hadn't won a home game. Well, the Giants was the Cowboys' equivalent of a get-right game. Everyone knew the Giants were trash. The Giants are trash, y'all. They're headed towards being the number one team in the draft. They're either going to be number one or number two. Everyone knows it. This isn't rocket science. We know it. The real test is going to be the Bengals. Joe Burrow is not Drew Lock. Joe Burrow is not Jaden Daniels. And we, in the last 2 weeks, have been very fortunate. We've benefited from the defensive perspective. We've benefited from playing two quarterbacks that the reality is, even when you look at Jaden Daniels, he don't have two wide receivers that can go flat out vertical on you and the quarterback can get it to him and get it to him under pressure. That play that he completed the Laughlin was a short pass. Joe Burrow, anybody been watching them play? I've been watching them play. Joe Burrow is having an insane season. It's a travesty what their record is. It's a travesty. Their defense is weak. We're going to talk about it next week. Their defense is not as good. But their offense, I'm telling you, I just don't know unless Mike Zimmer pulls the rabbit out of the hat again and he finds a way to keep the Cincinnati Bengals under 20 points. It's the only chance the Cowboys have. Because I'm telling you now, I am not going to be surprised if Joe Burrow scores 30 points on the Cowboys. Now, the first time in 2022, the reason why they were able to beat the Bengals, they held them. They held them. I can't remember what the score was, but it wasn't a high score. They were able to hold them to a minimal of points. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do that this time with Burrow, Higgins, and Chase. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it. That is going to be a tall order for this team. It really is. It's going to be a tall order. Nope, he's not a deep ball thrower. And I'm telling you, the Bengals, what they like to do, they like to get you in a shootout. And I don't think nobody wants to see Cooper Rush in a shootout. Nobody wants to see him in a shootout. And so I think that's going to be a problem for the Cowboys as they go. Michael said Jimmy evaluating Dak after Jerry put nothing around him. No running back room, one weapon. Jimmy is full of it. One season removed from runner-up NFL MVP candidates. And Mike, isn't it crazy? I played the clip. Jimmy is saying the same thing you're saying right here. Same thing I've been saying. You got to put weapons around him. That's what everyone else is doing to these high-paid quarterbacks. But Jerry said it. Dak going to have to do more with less. Same thing he told Mike McCarthy. You're going to have to do more with less. Mr. Terminator said Ben Johnson not coming unless he's head coach. I agree with you to a degree. Yep, you're probably right. But I'll tell you this. Appreciate you, Reggie Moss. I'll tell you this, Mr. Terminator. I think Jerry, if he does what I'm saying, and you know what to do what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just a YouTuber. But if I'm Jerry, I'm literally going to tell Mike McCarthy, we want to extend you for 2 years under this condition. You have nothing to do anymore with the play calling. We're taking the play calling away from you. We're going to bring in Ben Johnson. We want you to train him and get him ready to be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And he's going to have all of the offensive and play calling duties. And give him a raise. Give him a raise to do it. I mean, I don't see anything wrong. I mean, I give him a raise to do it. And even more, I'd be like, hey, man, and if everything goes right, we may even put you in a consultation role. I mean, really, for real. So that's what I would do. But I'm worried about the Mike McCarthy thing because I'm worried if the Cowboys wind up bringing Mike McCarthy back, it may literally collapse to a degree that's insane. Robert M. Ben Johnson already said he doesn't want to go anywhere. Yeah, I think the part with him is going to have to be a head coach. But Ben Johnson comes to this mess with a lack of players and salary cap space. If Ben Johnson gets fired here, he may not get a second chance. Well, I think the salary cap is going to be here. I've already explained that part. The Cowboys will probably have about $100 million in cap space. The problem with Ben is, does he want to come here and deal with Jerry Jones? Good. Cotty Show says, Colin Cowherd is a Dak hater to his heart. Colin said the 49ers should fire Mike and restart the whole franchise, meaning get rid of Kittle, Warner, and all the great players. You see my point? How crazy is that? I'm going to tell you this, no cap. I wish y'all would get rid of Kyle Shanahan. Watch the frenzy in the NFL, how people will be scrambling to get Kyle Shanahan to be the next head coach. The Bears quarterback let the clock run out, but they blame the coach. But in that playoff game, they blame Dak. Man, isn't that crazy? Man, I saw that today, Revolution. I said, this is crazy, man. This is absolutely crazy. They blame the coach for that. KDH2 says it ain't Herbert, it's his line. Well, my problem with Justin Herbert, you say it's his line. What was it the last two coaches? What was it the last two coaches? What was it the last two offensive coordinators? Justin Herbert keeps getting credit for doing, he keeps getting credit for potential. No Cap said Jimmy G would win multiple Super Bowls. That's Colin Cowherd for you. They're going to lose at least 2 more games in the division. That alone will eliminate them. You know what? I've already put this up, and I'm gonna start giving my predictions on this coming week. Jerry said the defense has to play so out of their mind when Rush is in there because he's so much worse. That's the part that people don't understand, Jared. And then people start saying stuff like, people keep saying stuff like, well, maybe they don't have any confidence in Dak. maybe they don't have the confidence in Rush. They know they have to do this stuff. They know what they have to do in order for Rush to win. It just is what it is. It is. Well, Dak don't have to be a deep arm thrower, but he's 10 times better than Cooper Rush, and everybody knows it. Those blocks by Mingo told me a lot about the player. Yeah, like I said, we're not gonna know what Mingo is offensively unless we get Dak Prescott back, because Cooper Rush with these 5 and 7 yard, it's just not gonna work. The defense has to play excellent game, and see, this is gonna be the problem. We haven't had a team in the last 2 games, because if you notice what's been happening, the games before these, those teams had players that exposed the weaknesses we have on defense. Take it all the way back to the San Francisco game. What did San Francisco do? Brock Purdy killed us in the third quarter. We take it back. What was it? The Falcon game. They tried to get pressure on Kirk Cousins. What did Kirk Cousins do? He exposed them on that wheel route, the deep game on, not to mention that Mike McCarthy, this is one of the reasons why I would not let Mike McCarthy have anything to do with the play calling. This man comes out at the beginning of the third quarter knowing it's the Cowboys' worst quarter. He runs a fake punt. Get him down by 11 points. Then they kill him with that wheel route that beat Trayvon Diggs. And so the rest is history. But they had players. The Falcons had players that exposed our defense, that made them do things that they're not capable of doing yet. You look at what the Philadelphia Eagles did. They were able to expose us with Jalen Hurts. Not to mention, they exposed the fact that only one side of our secondary was good in that game. And they went after Kalen Carson. And they're a lot deeper wide receiver. We're going to struggle, y'all. I'm telling you. It's one thing when a team has only one wide receiver, one running back. The Cincinnati Bengals have a tight end, Higgins, and Chase. They got skilled players. They're going to be able to do some things to this defense that's going to bring us back to reality. Wicked. Cowboys fan base seem almost, man, I'm telling you, Wicked, I've said it before. There is about somewhere between 10 to 25% of this fan base, maybe 20. It's absolutely toxic. It's absolutely toxic. We act like Dak Prescott's been here for 30 years when the common denominator is Jerry Jones. Remember the Niners playoff game and how they showed up? Yep. Dak Prescott will own the Dallas Cowboys quarterback records eventually. Oh, yeah, no doubt. I think Dak gets the chip in 2026. I've been saying that now for the last 2 weeks. I think they won't get it next year. I think 2026 the Cowboys get the chip, because I think this season right here is what they needed. Not that I wanted it, but it may be what they needed. Because I think what's going to happen from this particular season, everybody keep flapping their gums about playoff runs. We're going to get put back into reality. I do believe we're going to get put back into reality. I got a strange feeling that we're going to struggle to win any more games going forward. I do. I'm not going to be surprised if the Bengals beat us. I'm not going to be surprised if the Panthers beat us, because people do not understand the Panthers are playing way better. We got to go to Carolina. I'm definitely not going to be shocked if the Bucks beat us. I saw what they did with Kansas City. I'm not going to be surprised, and nobody should be surprised if the Eagles beat us. I'm sorry, but the Eagles are just good. I don't care what anyone says. That team is loaded. That team is loaded. And when you add the home run hitting ability of one Kellen Moore, I'm sorry, they're loaded. They're absolutely loaded. And so the Commanders, depending upon where they are, I mean, I think, when you talk about these divisional games, anything can happen. I think the Cowboys are going to struggle. People keep talking about the Cowboys got the next few games are winnable. Winnable? Can we also use the term losable? They could literally lose all these games. All of them. All of these teams, and I think the most winnable game of the ones left is the Carolina Panthers. I do. Reggie said Dak in play action has the best percentage of any quarterback in the league, including Mahomes. And Colin Cowherd, with his hating self, he even said that Dak Prescott with a running game is Patrick Mahomes. But you still hate on Dak, even though he doesn't have a running game. It's insane. The Buccaneers with Mayfield. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, Cotty, people do not understand. I don't know what we're looking at. I mean, and I say we because I know what I'm looking at. I don't know what we're looking at. Why are we saying this stuff like we're about to run to the playoffs and make this crazy playoff run? Michael said that they're fine with being trash right now. Got the number 1 draft order and planning on keeping it. No doubt. But I do think that this season may help the Cowboys because I think they probably will not win but maybe 2 more games. And I think that may still help them be maybe around the 12 to 13-ish. And I think they may be able to get a couple of players being a little bit higher up in the draft. No Cap said Dallas could get great easily with Jerry Jones, but Jerry Jones makes it so hard. Could have got Henry. Yeah, no doubt. Could have got Henry. Could have added Devontae Adams, and the boys would have been at the top of the 3 NFC teams, and the haters would be sick. Yep. But that's the problem with Jerry. Jerry won't do what he needs to do. And it's crazy. Cooper Rush can keep up with the Bengals. You got to put up 32 at minimum. No Cap. I'm telling us, unless this defense plays out of its mind, Joe Burrow, Chase, and Higgins are different. They are. Oh, yeah, Giants picking a quarterback in the draft. Proof they are not losing the number 1 draft spot. No doubt. And I think what they're going to do, they're going to parlay the Shedeur Sanders thing. They're going to parlay that into even more draft picks. Because Dion has already said he doesn't want him playing in cold weather. And if I'm the New York Giants, well, I'm just not going to skip over Shedeur. No, I'm going to make somebody give up me some draft picks for Shedeur Sanders. This is where we talk facts. Hey, man, Jerry's pocket's not deep enough. No Cap says, I don't know why Cowboy fans even want to make the playoffs with Rush. It will end in disappointment. Just get your top 10 pick. Go get a great wide receiver, Ashton Genty. Come back healthy in 2025. My other problem with this thing with the Cowboys, and this is why I can't enjoy these wins, because we just can't do it the right way. We can't just let our backup quarterback win. We got to put our starting quarterback down if our backup quarterback wins. We got to try to make every reason why it's the starting quarterback's problem and not the backup, and everything's better without him. We can't just win and say, man, when we get our quarterback back, boy, we're really going to be on fire. Which we keep talking about. Mike McCarthy won 12 games in those 3 seasons. Y'all want to know something else that people don't talk about, though? Mike McCarthy has had 2 losing seasons with the Dallas Cowboys in the 5 seasons. Guess what happened in both of those seasons? Dak Prescott got hurt in both of the seasons that Mike McCarthy had losing seasons. Both of them. They were doing the same talk with Andy Dalton. Redhead, there's something about these redhead quarterbacks in the Cowboys. They were talking about Andy Dalton was going to take Dak Prescott's spot. Didn't happen. Now, I hadn't even heard this argument that someone's having on here talking about Dak ain't coming back. What? So Cooper Rush going to be the court? Insanity. Dak will be back. Horrible year to have the number 1 pick. Yeah, you know what, Troy? Because basically past the first 2 quarterbacks, everybody said this is a terrible quarterback draft. I'll be honest with you. If I was the New York Giants, I may actually trade all the way back They can't keep Daniel Jones because they've already let him go. But I think what they could do, I think Daniel Jones has sealed the fate of one Sam Darnold in Minnesota. I don't think they're going to bring Sam Darnold back. I think they're going to let Daniel Jones battle the quarterback they drafted and see where that goes, and Sam Darnold may be hitting the streets again. I might bring in Sam Darnold for 2 years and wait until the following year, because isn't Manning going to be available the following year? But, if they don't get Shador, and I think that's what's going to wind up happening, they're going to probably have to sell. They'll have to get, Cam Akers? Gee, jealousy is a bad thing. I think people are jealous of Dak Prescott. It has to be studied. The Dak hate's going to have to be studied, man. Nah, I don't think anybody's giving Dak credit. The problem is we're just not discrediting him. We're not going to discredit Dak, and that's what people get mad about. We're not going to discredit him because we know what he is. He is the same person that has the most wins in the league other than Patrick Mahomes. We know what he is, and we also know what they haven't given him, because even Jimmy in his first proclamation was telling the truth. It's now he gets around Colin Cowherd and he says what he says. Jay Recruiter says he has to be promoted to leave his current team. Can't be a lateral move. Okay, who are we talking about? Michael H. says he brought Jason Garrett back twice when we all just knew Jason Garrett was out of here. Jerry does a lot of this retreading stuff, man. He really does. Jerry does a lot of this stuff. Williams got a pass because he's a rookie quarterback. Okay, Williams. Well, you can take Herbert all you want to, but Herbert hasn't showed anybody anything. You tell me anything you want to. Herbert's had better weapons than Dak. Hasn't done anything. Only he's gotten two coaches and two OCs fired, so you can take him all you want to, I guess, if you got your own money. No shame in their tank game. Click expire with one time or still on board. Oh, yeah. The Bears are definitely, man, definitely in tank mode. Solar said, I live in Frisco, Texas. No diehard combo fans thinks this. People who say whatever that clicks for the money. The dude on camera without the Cowboys on. I know 509 real fans dish Jimmy. Stop. I'm not sure what that means. Solar, what does living in Frisco have to do with being a diehard fan? Yeah, because Niecy lives in New Jersey. She definitely a diehard fan. Jimmy is and will always be a God to the real one. I ain't calling no man God. That's number one. Number two, we got to understand, though, just because Jimmy did what he did don't mean Jimmy can't be wrong. And I proved my premise. Jimmy is a hypocrite. Jimmy said what he said the first time, and then he comes back the second time, and it doesn't even maybe people aren't hearing what I just proved. Everything Jimmy said was a lie. Now, the only part that could be true is he said that he wouldn't have paid him $60 million. He lied about the Cowboys being salary cap strapped. That's a bold-faced lie. Everyone knows they're going to have somewhere around $100 million. Everyone knows that he is the one who said Dak is it. Now he's saying Dak's not it. Now he's saying that Dak isn't even the highest paid. He's not even the best player. I already proved when has the best player been the highest paid player in the NFL. I promise you it's falling in between. You're going to have a hard time finding that. Everything he said was a lie, except for if he said he wouldn't do it, that's not what you said the first time. So he's a hypocrite. Man, miss me with this such and such coach can't motivate his players. These grown men when they're going to be expected to motivate themselves. I mean, come on, dude. Hey, man, we've had this conversation, Freddie, but I just can't deal with Mike. Even if he's not some men just need motivating, Mike. They just do. They do. I understand what you're saying, but they just do. if not a deep arm thrower, it's about being on the same page with your wide receiver and speed, knowing when you got to release that thing or check down. It's a lot of lob balls letting wide receivers run under it. Yeah, I agree with you. And a lot of that, it don't, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm with you on that part, Freddie. You said many men would kill for the shot to play for the boys. Yep, no doubt. Many disabled men. Justin Herbert over Dak is hilarious. You know what? Hey, Robert, I'm with you. What are you basing it on? That's my problem. What are you basing it on? You can't base it on playoff wins. You can't even base it on playoff appearances. You can't base it off wins. You can't base it off stats. What are you basing that on? What, other than you like him? Okay, you like him. That's your opinion. People are beating up Micah Parsons for celebrating after the win of the Giants. Now, I'm not beating him up. I'm beating up on the folk. I'm beating up on folk who, and I'm not beating up on them. I just don't like the fact that folk are saying stuff like Micah Parsons is this great leader and all of this stuff. It's not true. It's not true. We've been talking about Micah Parsons the whole season. And then we win 2 games, and Micah Parsons started saying some stuff. And now everybody's saying after the 2 games, yeah, he's this and that. No, it's not. He's not a good leader. Carter Show said the fan base is zombies. They something and run with it. Yep, they do. They do no research. I'm telling us they don't. They do no research. Yeah, I agree we need this bad season, but if they keep winning, they will ruin it. Don't worry. This team is about to get brought back to earth, and they need to be brought back to earth. Oh, I'm with you, Troy, on the Panthers. I think the problem is going to be Bengals, Bucks, Eagles. Panthers and Commanders, I give you a strong maybe. But even with the Commanders, man, we're talking about divisional games. It's going to be different when they see them the next time. I'm never going to go after a player for being over-optimistic about his team's chances. I'm good with that. Yeah, I guess for me, I just don't like all the we coming stuff. Man, you got to say one game at a time. One game at a time, man. That's all we're focused on. We're looking forward to playing the Bengals. Nothing more, nothing less. Because you start writing them checks and you can't cash them. Yep, I'm telling you, Jared, the defense has to play so out of their mind when Rush plays. Facts. Freddie said, who are the real ones, Troy? Exactly, yeah. Hugh said, nah, you don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about. Dak, I'll be here. If the Lord bless me to be alive, Dak Prescott probably only has about 4 years left with the Cowboys. I'll be on with the next quarterback just like I was with Tony Romo, just like they hated on Tony Romo the same way. Yeah, Manning is 22. Oh, okay, 2026. Okay, did they redshirt him or something? Because it seemed like Manning has been in college for a minute. Well, I don't know. You said ones that know the difference between building a winner. So when is the Cowboys built a winner? This is my problem with these Dallas with us as Dallas Cowboy fans. We keep acting like Dak is the reason. So what about Tony Romo? What about in between Tony Romo and Troy Aikman? We talking about building a winner. When have we done it? When have we done it in a non-salary cap era? When have we done it? The Cowboys built a super team during a non-salary cap era and hasn't done it since. I truly believe a lot of Cowboy fans are literally delusional. I laugh at how we act like we deserve to win Super Bowls. We deserve to win playoff games. We deserve to be. What have we done to deserve it? What have we done? Jerry, since 95, has destroyed this team season after season after season. And he lucked up on Tony Romo, undrafted free agent, wasn't supposed to be a starting quarterback, and then lucked up again on Dak Prescott, who Colin Cowherd and many said was only going to be a backup quarterback in this league. I don't know. I just don't know what some of you Dallas Cowboy fans be talking about, man. When Mike McCarthy won the Super Bowl, his best running back had 750 yards, but he did have 4 stud wide receivers. I said it 70s about that West Coast. It requires super studs all the way across the line. The running back is not as important because he's a part of the pass game too. You got to have 4 super studs. I keep praying Herbert one day asked to be traded and Kyle can get him on the 49ers. Hey, somebody need to get him. Because I haven't seen, every time people keep talking about him, I ain't seen nothing. I've seen nothing but coaches getting fired around Justin Herbert. It's always the coach's fault, not Justin Herbert's. What they going to do about Harbaugh? We're going to make excuses, and then before you know it, Harbaugh will be out in 3 years, and Justin Herbert still won't be winning. Wicked, what's going on? The Dak hate is just a microcosm of the people in this country. Do you have any idea how many times I've been told the white man doesn't want a woman after she's been with a black man? You know what? I don't get a lot into these kind of discussions, but I will say this. Because I've been around certain people, and some of it's racial with them. It's a combination. Some of them is racial. Some of them, it's because they love Tony Romo, and they mad that he took Tony Romo's spot. Some of it is we got a certain part of the fan base. They're living in the fairy tale of Troy Aikman. I've already shown Troy Aikman peaked pretty much in 96. Troy Aikman's records after 96 were atrocious. The way Troy Aikman went out is shameful. It is. What needs to happen is to stop listening to these pregame fame is the most addictive drug, and these washed up and has-beens are cancer on society. You know what, Alan? And it's a shame. And this is why I got so much respect for Michael Jordan. Again, Michael Jordan, he doesn't do a lot of talking about players, the game, even his old team, the Bulls. Michael Jordan doesn't try to hold the Bulls and the Wizards to some kind of standard or any of those things. I think he clearly understands what he is, what that team was, Phil Jackson, all these things. I think he totally understands it, and he doesn't do a lot of that stuff. And I just wish they would. I wish these other these previous players would do the same thing and stop making it hard. And that's what I love about Michael Jordan. He doesn't make it hard on current players. But you get some of these guys, once they get in the media, they make it hard on current players, doing all of their talking and stuff. And just shut up, man. You had your time. Let these guys have their time. Shut up. Rudolph says, I always like the Cowboys, and Dak Prescott is a good quarterback, so stop talking bad about him. And that's the thing people don't understand. You don't have to be great. You just need a good quarterback and know what he is. And then you put around him what it's about. Parsons meant to say he's coming for that He's coming for that 14th pick. Man, I've been struggling with this Micah Parsons stuff all day long, man. Because I'm like, Micah, bro, you got to stop talking. It's great to be, hey, man, we got to win. Looking forward to the Bengals game. But when you start saying we're coming, and then the first time you lose, what you going to say then? What are you going to say then? I mean, we literally have this team. People are literally saying we're about to go on a magic carpet ride. And it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy to me that we're talking about going on a magic carpet ride. So I'm going to read the rest of you guys' comments, and I'm going to get off here. Everything I had planned for the rest of the day, we're going to come to tomorrow. But I think this Jimmy Johson thing, it needed to have a conversation because it just goes to show you Jimmy Johson, and I said the same thing about Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin, my favorite 88 on the Cowboys. But even what Michael Irvin was doing with Deion Sanders, it was crazy. You have a coach that hasn't been fired. He's still coaching. Jerry Jones hasn't even given an indication that he's going to fire Mike McCarthy. Deion Sanders is currently the coach at Colorado, and a lot of what Deion Sanders does is recruiting. And as a matter of fact, today, Deion Sanders had 4 of the top recruits in the country commit to Colorado. And Michael Irvin, in what he's doing, what he was doing, he's messing with the minds of people because the 3 and 4 letter networks pick up on a conversation saying that Deion Sanders could possibly be a replacement for one Mike McCarthy. And when you do things like that, Michael Irvin is not like a Law Nation Sports or a Mark Holmes or a Dak Attack or a me, where we're just talking to YouTubers. But Michael Irvin is speaking directly to Jerry Jones. He's speaking directly to he's speaking on TV in the public. Michael Irvin, do you see what you do know he's still on the team, right? You do know he's still the coach on the team. What do you think this is doing to people on the team? They're kind of like, okay, is Mike going somewhere, and then they're hearing probably one thing, and then, or they're not hearing certain things, or they're hearing things here and there. And why do that stuff as a former player? It doesn't help the team. It helps the networks. It doesn't help the team. The networks, they run with what Michael Irvin is doing. Doesn't help the team. And if you're going to have those conversations with Jerry Jones, have them in private. Why do you got to let all of us know? Have them in private. And it's the same thing with Jimmy. So, Jimmy, if you really liked or love the Dallas Cowboys, this is why I say even about Dallas Cowboy haters. See, we don't understand sometimes the psychology of what we're doing. If I like something, then one of the things I'm going to do is I'm not going to talk bad about a part of something that I truly love. If I can't get rid of said thing, and I know this is what I got, then why am I going to murmur and complain about what I have? This is what, even when you think about Thanksgiving, and I've been teaching on the fact that Thanksgiving is a mindset. We have to learn to be thankful for what we have and not what we don't have. We don't have Patrick Mahomes. We don't have Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, any quarterback you want to put over Dak Prescott. Guess who we have? Dak Prescott. We have Dak Prescott. And if he's a part of the team, then we need to support the team. Because it does no good for a fan base to do what it does to the team. Our own fan base sometimes don't realize we divide the team. Because we be out here just talking so bad about Dak Prescott, and we're so loud about it, that some of the things that we do, it reaches out. It does reach out. And then, as I've always said, I've said this before, I told my sons, because if you are going to talk bad about each other, then what do you think people outside of you are going to do to you? And this is one of the reasons why the Dallas Cowboys have turned into a joke. The fan base, a part of it is the fan base. We the same people, not just 2 weeks ago, we hate Jerry Jones, we hate Mike McCarthy, we hate Dak Prescott, this team is terrible, Micah Parsons needs to be traded, all these different rally cries. We win 2 games. And all of a sudden, we start singing the lies of Jerry Jones and the people who he have helping him speak some of his narratives. Jimmy Johnson, salary cap strapped. Stupid. It's pure lies. It's not salary cap strapped. Jimmy Johnson, if you are truly associated with this team, affiliated with this team, why are you talking about the quarterback like that? What good does it do for you to say what you wouldn't have done when it's already did? Why are we crying over spilt milk? That's stupid talk. All that stupid talk does is cause nothing. Because now, think about this. Just like some of these folk, they love Jimmy Johnson. This is why I say Michael Jordan is very smart in what he does. Michael Jordan don't do a lot of this talking because Michael Jordan knows how certain people love him. Michael Jordan don't want to add fuel to the fire to where people will not like the game of basketball. He don't want to add fuel to the fire where people will try to be hostile towards LeBron James. He don't want to add fuel to the fire and say all of these salacious things to bring shame to a whole bunch of things or other teams around him. No, he's smart. He understands how some of his words can carry a lot of weight. He don't speak on politics. He don't do a lot of speaking on other players as far as negative stuff goes. He don't do a lot of speaking on the team and things like. He don't do a lot of that speaking. Because he understands who he is and what that stuff and how it can cause problems for people currently. And so for Jimmy Johnson and these guys to be doing this type of stuff, it's just Bush League, bro. It's just Bush League. It's just stuff that just shouldn't be done. Shouldn't be done. But only in this Dallas Cowboy fan base, man, it is so toxic. It's so toxic. It's hard to be a fan. And that's why I say it's hard to be a quarterback for this fan base. Because I'm telling us, we're not comparing anybody to Staubach. It's Troy Aikman who we keep talking about. It's Jimmy Johnson, Troy Aikman, who we keep trying to go back and relive the glory days. Just like Jerry. Every time he talking about this team, you notice he don't bring up Tom Landry? He act like this team didn't exist until he got it. Jimmy Johnson even act like this team, like he built this team, like this team hadn't already been to multiple Super Bowls and won multiple Super Bowls before he got here. Jimmy act like that he built this team. No, Jimmy, let's be honest. You benefited from a non-salary cap era, and it'll never happen again. You benefited from a Herschel Walker trade that netted you some 52, 53 players. Nobody's saying you don't know football, but I'm telling you, you could give almost anybody that type of luxury. And Jimmy benefited. He was fresh out of college. He knew a lot of the players. You could put similar coaches in the same situation, and they probably would have had some of the same similar outcomes. But at the same time, we'll never know. But I do think we do need to understand what we saw rather than trying to compare an era today to an era of 92 through 95. Because if we stop comparing Dak Prescott to Troy Aikman and stop using that as the standard, if Jerry Jones would even get out of the past, if Jerry Jones would start looking at, okay, who has won the Super Bowl in the last 10 to 15 years? How did they do it? We know how they did it. They went out and got a quarterback, and they loaded them down with players. That's what everyone's done over the last few years. We're in a salary cap era. You have to stop dreaming about the non-salary cap era. You got to now be in the reality of the salary cap era, Jerry, to which you have failed miserably. Miserably. And that's why I pushed back earlier. We haven't really built great teams. We've built teams with good players. Howie Roseman isn't building a team with good players. Howie Roseman has built a good team. The Chiefs have built a good team. The Detroit Lions have built a good team. We're watching Minnesota, good team. Green Bay, good team. You just keep looking at the trend. We fall prey to, the Cowboys had 9 All-Pros. So what, they had 9 All-Pros? Now you got to explain to me then, how did the team that barely had any All-Pros, how did they win the Super Bowl? How did they do it? We're not looking at this stuff. We keep acting like we deserve something that we really don't deserve. What have we done to deserve anything? Who are we to even down Dak Prescott? Who is this? Who has this franchise had since Troy Aikman? Who? And if you show me Troy Aikman, I'm gonna show you the players around him. You tell me any quarterback in this since Troy Aikman that has had the coaching and the players. Name them. You and don't hold your breath while you do it, because you're gonna pass out. Because you cannot tell me, because it has not happened in this franchise. It is crazy. Mike McCarthy inherited Mark Holmgren's team. Remember that? Oh, yeah. True. Even Aaron Rodgers. True. Herbert just gets by only his 60-yard passes he makes from time to time. He's always flashing, but he hadn't been nothing like anyone says. Harbaugh isn't leaving anytime soon. He's locked in. And you know what? We're going to see what he look like. Because I bet you this. If the Chargers want to cash in on Herbert, and if they want to cash in on Harbaugh, they're going to have to bring in players. In the story. They're going to have to bring in players. You have to bring in players. I don't care what anyone says. You got to bring in players. It's the only way you win championships. You have to bring in players, and you got to have the coaching. You got to have those two things. And the third thing, GM, coaching, players. If you don't have those three things, you're going to miss. I don't care what you do. Okay, second year at Texas, but he's a redshirt. That's what I thought. He's been out there for a while. 2017, you're talking about the Bengals. You're talking about the Bengals, right? And so I'm saying it's amazing to me what we do on this particular franchise. It's crazy to me. Who are we to be hating on Dak Prescott? As if we've had a long line of Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. We've only had 2. We've only had 2. We had Roger Staubach. And if you want to talk about elite, Roger was elite. Now, had you given Roger Troy Aikman's teams, Roger would have won 5 in a row. You give me Tony Romo and Dak Prescott on Troy Aikman's teams, I think you get the same. You might even get 1 extra. You might get 1 short. I promise you'll get 2 out of both of them at least. Folk don't understand those teams were literally loaded. They were loaded. And there was no one. And had they kept Jimmy, they probably would have won 3 or 4. They'd have won 4 out of 5. No cap said if Aikman had would have been drafted by another team, he would have been a bust. He didn't have anything special about him. The Dallas team could have won a ring with their backup. They were that great. And you know what? And if I'm not mistaken, Steve Berline was that was competing with Troy. And a lot of people thought that Steve Berline was going to take Troy Aikman's place. And they were winning games with Steve Berline. I mean, it's not like they were losing. They were winning about Steve Berline. Jimmy days are over. Yeah, he needs to be quiet. He does. If any grown man getting paid millions to play a kids game need to be motivated to give them 100% effort, these men. Well, the problem is this, Freddie. The reason why they need to be motivated in a sense is because it's not one grown man making millions. They're all doing it. And the problem is, once you create that atmosphere, now you've created an atmosphere of entitlement. See, that's what's going on with this fan base. Our fan base has a problem with entitlement. Because the only thing we keep talking about is the 90s Cowboys. I mean, that's it. That's what our entitlement comes from. We think because the 90s, Troy, the 90s, Jimmy. I just can't keep explaining this. The 90s Cowboys was an anomaly. Folk don't understand. No cap. You know what I'm talking about. We act like the Cowboys were the only great team during that period. The 49ers were juggernauts too. The 49ers were juggernauts too. The 49ers, just like the Cowboys, great coaching, great players, and they were also willing. They were just like the Cowboys. They were willing to spend the money on the free agents. Great coaching, great players. They were juggernauts too. It wasn't just the Cowboys. Troy says, go watch Aikman versus San Francisco in the loss. Yeah, I remember that. And that was the year also they decided we got to get some more players around Troy. They went and got him more players. They did. Wicked said a batch of 92 Cowboys with a real quarterback like Terry Bradshaw. You know what, though, Wicked? I'm just being for real. That team was so good. I'm just being 100% real. That team was so good. Man, I'm telling you. You think Troy was good on that team, put Jim Kelly on that team. Folk don't give Jim Kelly credit. That joker went to 4 Super Bowls in a row. He lost them, but he went to 4 Super Bowls in a row. But the Cowboys were a juggernaut. They were a juggernaut. They just were. And Lone Star, I guess you're saying it's more of our own fan base talks bad about Dak. And it's like everybody talks bad about Dak. But if you start talking about his wins, his stats, everybody moves the goalposts. You start comparing him to other quarterbacks who didn't win in their first nine win a championship in their first 9 seasons. They'll move the goalpost again. You compare him to Lamar Jackson with his wins, they'll move the goalpost again. It's amazing. Dak Prescott, the goalpost always has to be moved. Every time you make the case for Dak Prescott, the goalpost gets moved. We do. We move the goalpost. Dudley, no one ever talks about Aikman even being close to a top 10 quarterback all time. He has 3 rings and never say a lot about him. I'm telling us, there was a lot of discussion around Troy Aikman being in the Hall of Fame. I've already shown it. If you look at Troy Aikman's career, he peaked, 91, 96 maybe. Nothing else after that. Nothing. That Herschel Walker trade, people, a lot of folk understand it. It made them. Dana Jet, you're right, our fan base stinks. It's one of the most toxic fan bases out there. Sometimey, as we call it in the hood. For sure. They did the same stuff to Tony Romo. The 70s fan said it isn't that the def doesn't play hard for Dak. It's that Dak can overcome a lacking defense. And they know Cooper Rush can't. Did anyone notice what was happening to the Cowboys every time they got behind with Cooper Rush? And even with Dak, Dak's problem was telling them, y'all got to keep playing when we get behind. Y'all got to keep playing when we get behind because I'm going to keep playing. I'm going to keep putting the points on the board. If y'all will keep playing, I can get us back. This team kind of front runs, and that's why I've been noticing how they've been operating with these last two teams. Revelation says we don't have Andy Reid either. Jimmy Johson said it himself on the facility. He said it. Great coach, great quarterback. I don't know if anybody calling Mike McCarthy great. I don't know if anybody calling him great. Wicked says, I'm so thankful for Mike Tomlin, Rooney's and other coaches who helped build the culture of the Steelers. The standard is the standard. I like what the Steelers do, too, because they don't react. Lone Star, see. No. You want to put it on the NFC. You're not in reality. Troy was a better than good quarterback. I'm going to be very careful about great. The team around him was Hall of Fame. Why wasn't he great before they came? You got to explain it to me. Why wasn't he great before they put the team around him? Why wasn't he great? Why wasn't he great before the team, Lone Star? And why wasn't he great after the team? Why couldn't he win with Barry Switzer? Wait. What was the coach after Barry Switzer? I don't even know who the Dallas Cowboy coach was after Barry Switzer. Because he won with Barry, but Barry didn't stay long. Hold on. See, we don't want to be in reality. Okay. Okay, I see a lot of folk be talking. A lot of folk be talking, but they don't go and look at the truth. What are the numbers saying? What are the numbers saying? So let's look at the numbers here before we get out of here, y'all. Let's look at the numbers because folks don't want to be in reality about Troy Aikman. I'm going to have to keep showing this until someone says, it's not that I'm right. The facts are right. Let's look at Troy Aikman. I want you to see what Troy Aikman was. This is Troy Aikman. Let's go over here. Well, hold on a second. Okay, so this is Troy Aikman. And a lot of people were arguing that Troy Aikman should not have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. He was 0-11, 89. Herschel Walker trade transpires. 7-8, 1990. 7-5, 91. What happened? They took off. If anyone can see this, 92. He went 13-3. This is the Jimmy Johnson era. 11-3, 93. This is the Jimmy Johnson era. 10-4, Barry Switzer era. 95, Barry Switzer era. Now, let's see here. Barry Switzer was 94 through 97. So, 96, 10-5. 97, Barry Switzer still there. 6-10. Don't give me, I don't care what he lost, players, anything. It don't matter. He's 6-10. Because we're not giving Dak Prescott no slack. 6-10. Look what happened in 98. So now you got to explain this to me. Why couldn't he win up on the Shane Gailey? Why couldn't Troy Aikman have the same success under Shane Gailey? Shane Gailey, what, 98, 99? Why couldn't Troy Aikman have the same success under Shane Gailey? You tell me how great he is, because if he's that great, then he's got to be able to overcome not only Barry Switzer, because he's still playing on Jimmy Johnson's dime on 95. 96 and 97 is Barry Switzer. Why does he decline? Why does he go to 10-5, then to 6-10? Then he gets with Shane Gailey. Why does he go to 7-4? Why does he go to 7-7? Don't tell me he don't have a line, because Dak don't have a line. You don't think players matter? You don't think coaching matters? Watch this. Watch us move the goalpost. Watch us move the goalpost. Why was he not winning? I bet you can give me 15 excuses why Troy Aikman stopped winning after Jimmy and then after Barry in the 96 season. I bet you can give me 15 excuses. Every one of them excuses you won't give Dak Prescott. What happened? What happened in the 2000 season? Why couldn't he win up under Dave Campo? Damn, Dave Campo in 2000. Why couldn't he win under Dave Campo? Do we not realize? I'm saying it. You want to see where Troy Aikman was really great? 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. That's 5 years. And I'll let you throw in 96. That's 6 years. That's it. You're telling me now. You're telling me Troy Aikman is great, but you're going to omit 89 through 91. You got to omit 97 through 2000. I'm going to give you 96, even though we know what they look like in 96. So you telling me Troy Aikman is what? Great. Based on what? Anybody want to know what happened right here? Because I keep telling you what happened in 92, 93, 94, 95. This is when those Herschel Walker picks started peaking. And by this time, Troy Aikman, by 92, super team. You want to know what happened around 94, 95? It wasn't enough because the San Francisco 49ers, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking it's the San Francisco 49ers that knocked the Cowboys out in 94. So what did the Cowboys do with the great Troy Aikman? Oh, he's great, right? Who did the Cowboys go get after the 94 season? Who did they go get? The Cowboys brought on none other than who? Deion Sanders. The Cowboys brought in Deion Sanders. Troy Aikman had Hall of Fame players around him, and people don't want to admit it. I'm sorry. Deion Sanders is a game changer. You put Deion Sanders on your team, he's a game changer. You put Charles Haley on your team, he's a game changer. Y'all want to tell me Troy Aikman was great. I'm going to tell you Troy Aikman had great players around him. Absolutely great. And none of them, you can tell me anything you want to. All you're going to do is move the goalpost. Dak Prescott nor Tony Romo never had a Deion Sanders. Never. Do we not know what Deion Sanders changed on your team? Deion Sanders was Travis Hunter before Travis Hunter. Deion was playing some wide receiver. Deion was at the peak of returning punts and kicks. Deion was returning interceptions on defense. Deion. Man, I'll just give you Deion Sanders, bro. Y'all not being honest, man. People not being honest about Troy Aikman. And that's why I say we got to stop comparing people to Troy Aikman. This man had a treasure trove. Of nothing but great players around him. Nothing but great players. You don't think I know what I'm talking about? You don't think I know what I'm talking about? See, some of y'all be talking off emotion. I'm not listening to you. I'll let the facts speak for me. Who beat the Dallas Cowboys in 1994? I pretty much figured it was the San Francisco 49ers. Which year did Jerry Jones go get Deion Sanders? Which year was it? 1995. Guess when they finally beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in the Super Bowl? Wicked, you know what I'm talking about? No cap, you know what I'm talking about. They got Deion Sanders to help them beat the San Francisco 49ers the next year. You telling me Troy Aikman was great? Explain to me why they kept putting players around him. Explain it to me. Because I don't think a great quarterback needs to, at least according to folk who hate Dak Prescott. You don't need all them players because Dak Prescott has had enough. So you didn't think that what Troy Aikman had was enough. We don't think that the Michael Irvins, the Alvin Harpers, the Emmitt Smiths, so we don't think they were enough. So we got to go get Deion Sanders. Okay. I'm telling us this stuff is easily accessible online. You don't have to argue with me. Go look at the facts before you start talking. This stuff is easy peasy. It's easy. I want y'all to think about this. The Cowboys went and got Charles Haley in 1992. I'm going to go back and show you something again. I know what I'm talking about. It don't take rocket science. Watch this. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the next aha moment? I'm going to give you the facts that nobody else will give you because they got to have an excuse for hate. I just have to go by facts. Watch this. No cap, maybe you can help me out. Can you tell me which year Charles Haley came to the Dallas Cowboys? Anybody want to take a wild guess what year Charles Haley came to the Dallas Cowboys? Y'all take a wild guess. I want you to look at the schedule. Look at the record. You tell me, which year do you think Charles Haley came to the Dallas Cowboys and changed their whole defensive life? Tell me which year you think it is. I need my Jeopardy music. I may have a slight delay. I'll give y'all about 20 more seconds. Y'all tell me which year you think that the San Francisco 49ers got Charles Haley. Tell me which year. Nah, Lone Star. Nah, Lone Star. I'm not giving it to you, bro. You making up lies because there were players. Mark Schlereth himself was in that NFC, and he flat out said, he looked at the Dallas Cowboy team, and he said they had not one player that could start on that Dallas Cowboy team. Not one team. Not one player they had that could start on that team. The Cowboys were a juggernaut. By time 92, 93, nah, nobody was touching the Cowboys. Nobody was touching the Cowboys. 94, San Francisco, guess who they got on the team? Deion Sanders. What did Jerry do? Jerry went and got Deion Sanders. Y'all make excuses. No, I'm not going to let you do it. 1992 is when they got Charles Haley. Y'all tell me this. Troy Aikman was there in 99. They were 0-11. Troy Aikman was there in 1990. They were 7-8. Troy Aikman was there in 1991. They were 7-5. Can y'all tell me, what do you think was the big difference that happened in 1992? Oh, I know. The Troy Aikman fans going to tell us Charles Haley didn't make a 5-game difference. He didn't? So Charles Haley didn't make a difference? Charles Haley didn't make a 5-game difference, huh? Did he, y'all? So you telling me, because I'm gonna paint you into a corner. I'm not gonna keep painting you into a corner. I don't have all night. I'm gonna paint you into a corner because you got to tell me then, why was Troy Aikman, was he great in 89, 90, and 91? Was he great? Was Troy Aikman great in 96 through 2000? Was he great? Was he great? Because if you're great, you know what I call great? I call Tom Brady great because Tom Brady came in this league, and even though his first 3 Super Bowls, they were defensively led, he only went on to win 7 out of 10. Tom Brady has been consistently great, consistently winning, consistently. You want to talk about great? Is Patrick Mahomes great? Because I'm going to tell you Patrick Mahomes is great because he hit the ground running in this league. He came in this league and he's been doing nothing but winning. That's what I call great. Troy Aikman, I'm going to call Troy Aikman good. But I'll really never know, was he great? Because when I look at this record again, what was he doing in 91? What was he doing in 90 and 91? I can tell you what happened in 92. They went and got Charles Haley. You got to tell me what happened in 96, 97, 98, 99, and 2000. Because if he's great, there's no way he's going to be 4-7, 7-7, 7-4, 6-10. Great quarterbacks don't do that. Stop it. Stop it. Great quarterbacks are not doing that. Because you telling me that a below average quarterback like Dak Prescott done won 12 games in 3 seasons, but he's below average. Miss me. We see the double standard. See, Dak Prescott not great. Dak Prescott is below average, but has accumulated 3 12-win seasons in a row, but he's not great. He didn't have Jimmy Johson as his coach. He didn't have these great offensive and defensive coordinators that the Cowboys had along with Jimmy Johson. Jimmy Johson handpicked all of them. We keep trying to compare Dak Prescott when the reality is there is no comparison. Don't bring up another quarterback to me. If Dan Marino plays on this top Dallas Cowboys team, I promise you he got more Super Bowls than Troy Aikman. I promise you he does. I'm just being honest. We better not ever mention the name. We better not mention the name Troy Aikman in the same breath with Dan Marino as it applies to playing quarterback. Troy Aikman was not in the same class. I'm sorry. I don't know if that hurt some Dallas Cowboy fans' feelings. Troy Aikman was not in the same class as Dan Marino as far as playing quarterback goes. Dan Marino never had the players that Troy Aikman had. And that's the part you're missing. Dan Marino never had those players. Dan Marino was doing way more with less. Dan Marino never had those players. And people absolutely know it. And this is why a lot of people were debating Troy Aikman. You're missing it again. You keep missing it, Lone Star. You keep missing it. The comparison is not between Troy Aikman and Dak. Can I get that through your head? The comparison is between the team that Troy had around him, the coaches that Troy had around him, and the team that Dak and the coaches that Dak has had around him. Can you get that part? Because the point that people were making about Troy Aikman, you could have put any of the good quarterbacks on that team, and they take those teams to the Super Bowl. Jim Kelly wins 4 Super Bowls on that team. You put Jim Kelly on that quarterback, on that team, and you put Troy on the Buffalo Bills, I promise you, it's the same result. It's the same result, if not better, because Jim Kelly was better than Troy Aikman. I said it. I flat out said it. Jim Kelly was a better quarterback than Troy Aikman. He didn't have the players that Troy Aikman had. He had some good players too. I think Jim Kelly shouldn't have went to the USFL. Probably would have did even more. You're not getting the point. This isn't a comparison between Troy, Tony, Dak. No, I keep making my same point. It's the players that Troy had around him. They were phenomenal. They were not just average. They were phenomenal. They were not just good. They were phenomenal. It's crazy. Ice Wall said, man, I think he says, thank you for killing the elephant in the room. I'm sick of the shaded racism against Dak and ignorant people be going along with it. I'm telling us. We don't want to admit the facts, man. It's not about a comparison between Troy and Dak. That's the part you're missing. It's the players and the coaches. Tell me the coach, because y'all love Jimmy Johson. Tell me the coach that Dak has had. Tell me the coach that Dak has had that you think is better than Jimmy Johson. I'll wait. Nah, bro. See, you keep missing it, Lone Star. How am I trashing Troy Aikman if I bring up his stats and his stats are what they are? How am I trashing him? If you say Dak is 2-5 in the playoffs, it's the truth. It's the absolute truth. It's not a lie. It's the truth. Dak's going to have to get over the hump. But let's watch the rest of the man's career play out before we start saying what he is. A man ain't what he is until he finished. I hope the beginning of you is not better than the end of you. I hope the end of you is better than the beginning of you. You should be better as you go. You got to keep going. Lone Star, you keep missing it. You can pull up his stats in the playoffs. He got super players around him. You don't think they're going to look good? So you don't think in your mind, common sense tells you, if you got super players around you and you're a good quarterback, you don't have to be great. If you're a good quarterback and if you don't put up stats, man, come on. Surely you're smarter than this. Surely you're smarter than this, man. It doesn't make sense. You have to be smarter than this. When you got a team that can run like they could, Troy Aikman ate off play action. When you got the wide receivers he got, you got the tight end he has, you have the defense he has, time of possession, you're winning all these things. You don't think that Troy Aikman should have looked good in the playoffs, at least in his 5-year stint? Because you're still not answering my question. If he's so great, where was he in the playoffs in 89 through 91? If he's so great, where was he in the playoffs in 96 through 2000? Where was he? Don't cherry pick me. Don't tell me his stats in the 92 through 95 season. They were at the peak of their powers. The Cowboys peaked 92 through 95. They peaked. Period. In the story. They peaked. I know this is going to hurt your feelings. I know it's going to hurt your feelings, Lone Star. Troy Aikman made the Hall of Fame off of his 92 through 96 season. This right here. This is not Hall of Fame. Right here. Right here. We're not talking about a small sample size. We literally had a 5-year sample size of Troy Aikman. A 5-year sample size of Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman only played 12 seasons. Concussions, I think, drove him out of the game. But that's no excuse because Dak Prescott doesn't have a line either. It's amazing what you can do when you got a line, isn't it? It's amazing when you got a line that people are saying was arguably the best line to ever have been created in the NFL. It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing that when you're a great quarterback, but you don't have great players around you anymore, you don't have a great line in front of you anymore, you don't have a great coach coaching you anymore, you don't have a great defense on the other side of you anymore. It's amazing how this man who we start to say is great, all of a sudden he began to look mortal. You think I'm trashing him? No, I'm just telling you the truth. We could literally argue, and I know nobody wants to do it, but we can literally argue that Dak Prescott has done more with less. Because Mike McCarthy is not in the same stratosphere as Jimmy Johson, at least from 92 to 95. Dak Prescott has never played on a team as good as the 92 through 95 Cowboys. Never. I believe he wish he could, but he hasn't. Those are the facts. It's not trashing him. I think Troy Aikman was a tremendous leader. I think when you have a team where you're playing with a bunch of superstars, you do have to have a certain type of demeanor about yourself. You have to have a certain demeanor about yourself, and I think that he handled himself really well with those guys. But at the same time, I'm going to say some things that Freddie talks about, but those guys were so great, Troy didn't have to manage them. They managed themselves. They literally managed themselves. I mean, they were literally that great. They were. Those teams, they were just different. They could party all night. They were just like Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor could drink all night, do coke all night, and come in and literally be the best linebacker we've ever seen with our eyes. These guys were different. They're not like these guys of today. They need way more. It seems today these guys need way more concentration than a lot of those guys needed in the past. But I'm telling us, man, if we just really be real with ourselves, it's not about trashing anybody. It's about reality. Everybody needs players. It's the bottom line. It's the bottom line. Mike Atlanta, 90s Cowboys held themselves accountable to each other, players and coaches. They partied hard and they played hard. And if you notice what Deion Sanders is trying to teach those guys at Colorado, you ever notice Deion don't mind them playing hard? I mean, he don't mind them quote unquote partying hard. He don't. Having rap concerts in the locker room, because Deion comes from partying hard, playing hard, and winning. Deion don't mind mixing that together. He don't mind doing it. It's a lot harder for these guys to do it, it seems like, on the pro level. Jay Elmer says, so you're saying Troy Aikman is trash because he had a legendary team. Nope, you're still missing it. I'm not saying he was trash. I'm giving you the truth. Troy Aikman was a good quarterback. He was a good quarterback. But he had a great team around him. If you're good and I put you around great people, you're going to be great too. Do you know what the smartest people in the world do? They put people smarter than them around them because it makes them look smarter than they are. It makes them great. If you're good, do you want to surround yourself with good people or great people? I want to surround myself with great people. Because great people will even turn some of my goodness into greatness. Because I can throw him a 10-yard slant, he'll take it to the crib. Am I great or he great? Cooper Rush hit Kevontae Turpin on a slant route. Kevontae Turpin runs the fastest run from scrimmage we've had the entire season. So who gets the credit? Is it Cooper Rush being great, or is Kevontae Turpin absolutely dangerous and fast? Which one is it? Great players can make even average players look good to great. Someone said, oh man, it was a great read. Maybe it was a bad read by the defensive player. Maybe the defensive player is out of position. But this player is so fast that I throw the ball to that all I got to do is throw it to him and he running into the crib on 61. Do y'all not realize this is why Andy Reid went and got Patrick Mahomes a running game? Because he knew I had to do something because I no longer have Tyreek Hill. That Patrick Mahomes was throwing 10 yards up the sideline and he could throw the deuces up after the first 5 yards and outrun everybody on the field. Anybody realize how Patrick Mahomes has looked since Tyreek Hill? It's not that he's not winning. It's not that he didn't win a Super Bowl. But do we not notice that Andy Reid made a point to put a defense and a running game with him because he doesn't have Tyreek Hill? When you have a great player like Tyreek Hill, he leaves your team. You got to do something to make up for what he was. Okay, let's get a defense and a running game. It's hard to replace Tyreek Hill. Who's great? I'm just telling us we got to start thinking in terms of we will give one player. We'll give one player all the credit. All the credit. We'll give one player all the credit. Not realizing there are people around great players that make great plays, that help those players to be great players. Would anybody dare say Russell Wilson was great? No. I don't care what anyone says. He wasn't great. He was good. But he had a great defense around him. He had a great running back named Marshawn Lynch. And when you put a good quarterback with a great, because Marshawn Lynch was great. Very underrated. I don't know what anyone thinks about him. Marshawn Lynch was absolutely great. The defense around him was great. He went to 2 Super Bowls. He won 1. Was he great? No. He was good. And he had a great defense that made him look great. But he wasn't great. He had a legendary team around him that made him better than he was basically saying he's Brock Purdy. He has so many great pieces, but sucks when he... Nope. But let's take Brock Purdy. You just gave a great example. What is Brock Purdy? What is he? Is he average? Is he good? Is he great? Which one? Which one is he? Which one is Brock Purdy? Well, when he got Christian McCaffrey, when he got Brandon Ayuk, when he's got Kittle, when he's got Deebo Samuels, when he's got that offensive line working, when that defense is working, which one is he? Do you really know which one he is? Because I can tell you this. They've made Brock Purdy look great. They have. Not to mention, did you forget his coach? Did we forget who Kyle Shanahan is? I'm just telling us the truth. No one carries teams the way we think they do. And Dak Prescott is not an average quarterback. Dak Prescott is a good to can he be great quarterback? And we will not know it. And this is what I said before. We are not going to know what Dak Prescott is unless Jerry Jones puts a team around him. We're not going to know what he is. We knew what he was in his rookie season, but would anybody say he was great in his rookie season? I mean, would we literally call Dak Prescott great in his rookie season? Tell you this, he had some great pieces around him in his rookie season. Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Zeke in his rookie year, Dez Bryant, Jason Witten. Did he have some good to great players? I think the line was great. Dez was great. Zeke was great that year. Was Dak great? He had great pieces around him. Why did he lose? He ran into a great quarterback. Aaron Rodgers to me is a great quarterback. He's not now. I mean, people can argue now. But Aaron Rodgers was a great quarterback with Mike McCarthy. And to me, it's a travesty only won 1 Super Bowl. He was a great quarterback. Jared says Travis Kelce couldn't better celebrate this team after the win. He's not happy about these wins. And elaborate on why you think he's not happy. I think part of it is he might not be, he's not contributing the way that he wants to. Is that where you're going? Because I think Travis was mad that he wasn't able to contribute the way he wanted to. Cottage Show Sports says Troy didn't throw in tight window throws. Irvin always open. You want to know why he was always open, Cottage Show? You just hit it on the head. You want to know why? Because when you got a running game like he had, play action always working. Play action always working. Anybody know why Troy Aikman? Does anybody know why Troy Aikman and the Cowboys went and got Deion Sanders in 95? Some of us may not realize what happened in the NFC Championship game with the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers? A lot of people might not realize it in that particular playoff game, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was in 1994 that Troy Aikman threw, what was it, 3-4 interceptions? Team got down, 21-0? Score wound up being, like 28-21, something like that? That was Troy Aikman. Why do you think they finally said, we got to go get Troy Aikman more? Why? Why didn't they just run it back and say, no, we can beat the 49ers? Even with Deion Sanders, we can beat the 49ers. We can beat them. We got Troy Aikman. We'll just run it back and we'll beat them straight up. Why didn't they say that? Why didn't they say that? Dana said, for all you saying Troy was great, I'd like to know your age because most of you weren't around. I saw him play. And I'm not talking about in 95. I watched him his whole career. I watched Troy Aikman his whole career. I remember 94. I remember that arguably Deion Sanders it was pass interference what he did to Michael Irvin. Doesn't stop the fact that Troy Aikman threw, I think in that game it was either 3 or 4 interceptions. I think it was 4. Wicked says, see what people do. They choose to have blind ignorance, ignore the points made of the subject matter just to harp on the preconceived nonsensical views to justify their warped mentality. See, that's why for me, it's not that Troy's not a... Anybody can argue he's great if you want to. But I'm saying, how do we know what we're saying when we have the sample size of him without those players and then the sample size with those players? So was he great because he wasn't winning when he didn't have players, but he just needed the players? Or was he not great, but he got great because he got the players? But maybe two things could be true. And it's exactly what I'm saying. Quarterback needs players. They do. Quarterbacks need players. And that's why when Jerry Jones said that Dak Prescott's going to have to do more with less, that is one of the most criminal statements that you could make as a GM. I bet you there is no GM in the history of this game who's ever said that. Not in front of anybody. The real Daryl. Defense loaded up to stop number 22, not number 8. They would have much rather faced number 8 without 22. They would much rather face number 8 without 22 than to face number 22 without 8. That defense, that offensive line was crazy. That offensive line was crazy. And I'm just saying, it's not about, with Troy Aikman, I'm staying exactly where I keep saying. This is not a comparison between Dak and Troy. Because all things being equal, Dak is was a better athlete than Troy. Troy is a better, and I don't know about up here, but I think Troy is more of a natural quarterback in the beginning part. I think he's a better quarterback in that sense. But if I take what they both have all together, I might dare say that both of them, if you're talking, let's say, okay, so we got them side by side with everything they both bring. If you tell me that Troy is 100, I'm not going to tell you Dak is a 70. I'm not going to tell you Dak is a 70. I'm not going to tell you Dak is an 80. I'm not going to tell you Dak is a 90. Because if I look at Dak Prescott and what he was in these first, 5 to 6 seasons, you put Dak behind that line with that running game and the ability that Dak had to run in the beginning of his career, would anybody want to see him? Would anybody want to see Dak Prescott? I dare say, would anybody want to see Tony Romo behind a line like that, a running back like that, wide receivers like that, a defense like that? Would they really want to see Tony Romo? I mean, we saw what Tony Romo did in the catch season. I'm just saying, it's the same argument for Romo. This is not a Dak argument. It's the same argument for Romo. Romo got this same bad rap. They never had the players around Romo like they should have. It's the same thing with Dak. They never had these players around him. And my problem is, stop using the 92 through 95 Cowboys as the litmus test. It's not correct. It is not correct to use that. You're talking about an era that will probably never be duplicated. People literally went crazy in free agency. They did. Mitch Roman said Lone Star, the players that Aikman had were better than Dax and Romo's. Man, if you can't understand, if somebody can't understand that simple, Mitch, you'll never convince them of anything. You'll never convince them of anything. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. See, maybe you got to hear somebody who's played the game say it. Because, you know, I've never played the game. I've already heard somebody tell me I was nothing, nobody. I want you to hear. Let me see if I can find where Mark Schlereth. I might have actually kept this. I think I made it into a note. Something, because Mark Schlereth, let me see if I can find it. Mark Schlereth said this about the Cowboys, man, and it blew my mind because I knew it was absolutely true. But Mark Schlereth said it. He said, man, we looked across. He said, I looked across the field. He said, and when I looked at the 95, he said, when I looked at the 95 Cowboys, he says, they were so good, we didn't have one player that could start on that team. Well, how good must that team have been? Nobody on the team that you had could start on that team? I wish I could find it, because when I saw it, it was just mind-blowing that Mark Schlereth, let's see. When Mark Schlereth said it, my whole mind was blown. But it just goes to show you, people do not understand, man, how good those 90s Cowboys were. I mean, they were that good. They were that good, man. They were. And I'm not saying, yeah, Troy Aikman was included on that. Yeah. But that team was that good, man, that it was absolutely crazy how good that team is. And Mark Schlereth has actually had a lot of things to say about the Cowboys, because Mark Schlereth keeps saying the same thing too. Mark Schlereth keeps saying that this is not a Dak Prescott issue. Mark Schlereth keeps saying it for what it is. It is a Jerry Jones issue. It is. It absolutely is. And this is why this team, it makes me so mad, because this team, it gets so divided because it listens to so many dumb things that people say. But at the end of the day, man, this team needs players, because we keep talking about comparing this team to Troy Aikman's teams. But if you look at the teams that Dak Prescott has had, I'm sorry, the 49ers have been better. The 49ers have been better than the Cowboys. Even that Green Bay team we faced last year, they were better than the Cowboys. They were better from linebackers and running backs alone. They were better. I know people don't like it, but it's true. They were better than us. 70s fan said, I remember when Jimmy's team went into Atlanta to a young Michael Vick. Yep, ran all over him. Troy wasn't a game changer, but he was better than any quarterback since he left. And like I said, we can argue it, but and like I said, if we say what score is Troy and Dak, Even if we give Troy, and I'm not giving Troy no 20 points better than Dak. Let's say he's 10 points better than Dak. Can Dak still win the same amount of Super Bowls with that team? I say he can. I say Tony Romo can. I say he can. Wicked says, you mean to tell me Terry Bradshaw has more Super Bowl championships? Troy Aikman during the beginning of hey man, Terry Bradshaw is another one that's underrated. People do not understand how good this guy is. Mike Aldana, there are no true leaders on the Dallas Cowboys team. You want to know why? Jimmy had a different culture. This is why I say coaching matters. Jimmy had a different culture. Because Jimmy told Jerry, if I come coach for you, I take care of the football stuff. You do the upstairs stuff. Jimmy was empowered. Number two, Jimmy empowered his players to hold other players accountable. He empowered them. He empowered Troy Aikman. He empowered Michael Irvin. He empowered Emmitt Smith. He empowered so many people on the team, holding each other accountable. Jerry Jones doesn't empower anyone but himself. Jerry emasculates his coaches. He emasculates them. When a player can go to Jerry and complain, or when a player can go in the court of public opinion and complain, and that complaint overrides what the coach believes. Mike McCarthy this year did not want to go with running back by committee. Guess whose idea that was? You think it was Mike McCarthy if he clearly said he didn't want to do it? Do we think it was Brian Schottenheimer's idea if Mike McCarthy said he didn't want to do it? Do we think it's Dak Prescott's idea if his coach said he doesn't want to do it? Guess who came up with running back by committee? Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones. And if the ownership creates an atmosphere where he puts players down every time their contract comes up, when he puts players down, he figures out things to entangle players in every time there's a contract dispute. If he disrespects his players, so you think the other players aren't disrespecting their players. If the owner is causing division in the locker room, do you think the locker room is going to be united? People keep saying, well, Mike McCarthy, at least he hasn't lost the locker room. You want to know why he never lost know why he hadn't lost the locker room? He never had it. He never had the locker room. Jerry Jones is the one who comes into the locker room after every win, after every loss. He got to give a speech. And then he comes out and says, okay, guys, he doesn't do his at the podium. Okay, guys, I'll give interviews now. Man, you know what? You can give me pit bulls. My family, we've had pit bulls in our family before. Let me tell you something. You mess around and raise pit bulls with chihuahuas and kittens, and you raise them just to be like extremely domesticated, gentle dogs, they're not them same pit bulls that you see people training for fighting. If I raise a pit bull versus a trainer who raises a pit bull because he wants him to kill other dogs, which one of those dogs do you think gonna be a killer? Which one of those dogs, if they get in a fight, who dog do you think wins? The dog that I've been raising around my children, the dog that I've been raising around my family, I'm petting on and rubbing on all day long and teaching them to fetch, and I'm doing all these different things. You think my dog is beating the actual pit bull trainer who training that pit bull to go for blood, go for the throat, kill other dogs? We keep talking about these players, man. You got to be careful who you be around. You do. It matters who you be around, man. You can't be, you know what? You can be a dog even around people who don't have the dog in them. But I can tell you this, you're going to be alone a lot of times. You're not going to succeed with that team if they're not dogs. You're not going to succeed. And Jerry emasculates coaches. He does the same things to players. Cam Newton, as many things as he said about Dak Prescott, the one thing that Cam Newton continues to be consistent with as it pertains to Dak Prescott, Cam Newton has said it. Jerry Jones has too much of a leash on Dak Prescott. It's true. It's absolutely true. We'll never see. I'm telling y'all, I don't think we're going to see what this team is going to be about. I just don't. With Jerry Jones being at the helm, I don't think we're ever going to see what this team is about. Dana says Irvin was on crack, still killing it. See, Irvin was a great player. He's another one of them Lawrence Taylors. They're from a different era, man. Not only was he on crack, they was at the White House, partying down, still beating up on teams. Still beating up on teams. They had a very, very different mentality. And Jerry has destroyed the mentality of this team ever since Jimmy. Dudes were out there making business decisions against Marshawn. Man, I'm telling you, people don't know how good that dude was, man. Steve Young. Woo! Dana Jet, that's not even a hot take, bro. That's not even a hot take. Steve Young ran Joe Montana out of town. Yeah, I'll agree with you. I think Steve Young was better than Troy Aikman. He didn't have a better team than Troy Aikman. Yeah, he's better than Troy Aikman. His running ability alone set him apart. And he wasn't an average thrower of the ball. He was a great thrower of the ball. Troy had the best line ever assembled. Yep. Indubitably. Everyone says it. Brock Purdy's a very good quarterback, close to elite. Well, I can tell you this, Jared. It's kind of hard to argue when he's got great players around him. It's kind of hard to argue. It really is. I mean, when you look at what he's done, or could he be good? But he got a great coach, great play caller, great GM, great defense. I mean, people don't, and I'm not going to say because I know some of y'all understand this. All of these pieces matter. The GM, the coach, the OC, the DC, the position coaches, the players you get them to coach, their ability, it all matters. It does every single time. Purdy's not looking the same out there with his teammates hurt and looking like he's not looking the same. That's true. But at the same time, that's why I say, I just wonder if some of these players like the Troy Aikmans and the Peyton Mannings in this new social media era, man, I just wonder if they could even make it with the way people do. I mean, they don't even give you a chance in this era. Brock Purdy's a glorified Daniel Jones, or better yet, Zach Wilson. I tell you this, we're about to see something with Daniel Jones because you know what a lot of people are arguing about Daniel Jones? They never put the players around him. Daniel Jones is going to get a second chance in this league. Y'all watch what I tell you. Yeah, Young was a beast, man. He really was. Yep, Mike Vick carried ATL. Could you imagine Mike Vick with players around him, though? Man, Mike Vick with players would have been crazy. Jay Army says, yeah, my bad hot take. I'm just saying every year Brock Purdy been in the league, he has a great team around him for sure. He looks good. Then when he doesn't have, he looks mediocre. I want to see, and that's why I say, we're never really going to know what Dak is unless Jerry Jones does what these other coaches and GMs are doing. Lamar Jackson, better than Dak. Any people argue. Same amount of playoff wins. Same amount of playoff losses. Maybe Dak has one more, but basically the same amount. So the Baltimore Ravens said, even with the coaching around him, the defense around him, the Baltimore Ravens said, we need more. Then when they got Derrick Henry. Trade deadline, we need more. Then when they got him a wide receiver. In the draft, they got him a wide receiver. You need players. I'm sorry. There's no other way to put it, man. You need players. You need players, man. Terry Bradshaw, Franco Harris, Lynn Swann. I mean, you look at the other side of his defense was crazy. You need players, man. People don't understand it. They don't want to accept it, but you need players. Jerry said, I think he's not happy because the Chiefs are playing poorly, and he probably knows that the three-peat bid ain't happening with how they're being playing. Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. That's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, Jerry Rice was a monster too. No mental toughness with these Cowboys. And Jerry has zapped it out of him. He has. Because I don't think any dog would really want to play for this team. I don't. Troy was not better than Montana. Woo, man, no. No. Better team, though. Troy wasn't better than Staubach. No. Definitely not better than Staubach. People don't realize Staubach was actually the prototype for what's going on right now. Staubach was the prototype. He was. Cowboys win that game. If Jimmy was coaching in 94, they were missing that edge. Oh, I think they'd go 4-5. If he could let Jimmy keep doing what he was doing, I think they would have been the Patriots of the 90s. I think they might would have won about 7 out of 9. 6 out of 9. You know, I think they would have. Jimmy and his understanding of personnel, I think they could have won more. They could. I think they could have won more. And I think that's one of the reasons why when Jimmy went to Miami, it was eye-opening. We got to give Jerry some credit, too. He didn't have somebody wheeling and dealing and making these crazy trades the way him and Jerry were able to do. Jerry was some of those trades, too. He wasn't able to do it. And so all of this stuff matters, man. It all matters. It all matters. And so players matter. Mike Eldona, we've already talked about this. That offense was never meant for Dak Prescott. That was Tony Romo's answer to the catch the previous season. Okay, we're going to get a running game because they let go of DeMarco Murray after they ran him in the ground. And Zeke was killing it at Ohio State. Zeke was meant for Tony Romo. He was. He was meant for Tony Romo. It is. He was meant for Tony Romo. And so that was a very good team that Dak had. But I'm saying again, nowhere near was that team better than what anything Troy had, because that team actually wasn't better than the Green Bay Packers. It wasn't. Green Bay knocked them out the year before, and that team wasn't better than the Green Bay Packers. It wasn't. Does the 93 team repeat without? Nope. They started 0-2. Nope. That team was done without Emmett because Troy needed a running game. Troy, I know because some of us aren't old enough, Troy was a play-action quarterback too. You didn't want Troy Aikman throwing the ball 40 and 50 times. You didn't. Haley knew it too. He said that's why he cussed out Jerry Jones and told him they are not going to repeat with Derek Lassick starting at running back. No doubt. Yep, he told Jerry to sign Emmett. He needed a running game. He did. Troy needed a running game. There's nothing wrong with it. How does Jerry think the Cowboys can win a Super Bowl when he's the one getting the coach? He's the one handpicking the staff and not the coach, and not powering the coach. That's it. That's why people keep saying Jerry is the problem. And even Jimmy admitted it. It's not a Dak Prescott problem. It's not. He hadn't been here 30 years. Emmett also had the best line still to this day in football. I keep telling folks, man, you can't convince. If you don't want to be convinced, you can't be convinced. You won't be convinced. Assad has said Dak hadn't had a great running in years since Zeke got old. The running game left with him. And not to mention Tony Pollard, when he broke that leg, I think that playoff game is different if he doesn't break that leg. And I think they might have had a better chance of winning. But, yeah, for sure. Martin McGee says championships are won in the offseason, leaps and bounds. That's what teams do and they don't do. This team really so far behind in terms of roster. Martin. And I just said, the statement you made is so true because I just said, if you'll notice, and Jerry's been doing this a lot this season, he's been talking about the Jimmy Johnson era. It'll never be duplicated. It was a non-salary cap era. And it was the pinnacle of the non-salary cap era. Jerry helped usher in the salary cap era. Jerry needs to look at how teams have been winning since the salary cap era, in particular, the last 15 years. Stop looking at how you did it in the years where there was no salary cap. Why don't you look at how it's being done in the salary cap era? Jimmy says the Cowboys are salary capped, which was a lie, already proven that. But how were the other teams doing it then? How was Howie Roseman signing Jalen Hurts, who was the highest paid quarterback at his time when he got his deal, has managed to sign Devontae Smith, has managed to extend, has extended the other wide receiver, A.J. Brown, continues to put other pieces around. How's he doing it? Everybody's doing it but Jerry. And I think Jerry don't want to do it. Freddie says, you want to know why Jimmy retired in Miami besides being embarrassed by Coughlin and the Jags? Because the Miami owner at the time refused to allow Jimmy to try and do a walk-or-top trade using Marino. People better recognize Jimmy needed Jerry too. Jimmy needed Jerry too. Jimmy was in a mode of we're going to win and we got to win now and there's no excuse. And he did everything he could do to win. Aikman rolled up 600 yards versus San Francisco at what most say was the number one defense. What does that mean? There's a reason why a lot of his records are being broken in Dallas, first by Tony Romo and now by Dak Prescott. And it's only been 9 years for Dak Prescott. A lot of folk don't realize Troy Aikman didn't throw the ball 300-yard games a lot. Troy had a couple of, 400 and 6, like you said, a 600. Troy had some of them 400s and 300s, but that wasn't the average for Troy Aikman. The average for Troy Aikman was in the 200s. Because why would you want him throwing 300s? You didn't need him to. When Emmitt Smith was literally killing the league. This is the formula, guys, for any championship team. If you can run the ball 25 times, no more. I mean, if your quarterback throws the ball 25 times and you win, that's what you want. Why do you want to throw the ball? You're not going to win the time of possession throwing the ball around. Run the ball. If you can run the ball, you can win a lot of games. You can also win championships because run games and defenses always travel well. Cold weather, rain, whatever. Always good talking Cowboys talk. Always good pointing out facts. Hope it makes you think. Because sometimes things aren't always what we think they are. And because I've watched football long enough, I understand that every quarterback needs players. Sometimes we give these quarterbacks way too much credit, and then other times we don't give them enough credit. But I bet you if you ask any quarterback, would he rather be the best player on the team per se, and he's doing everything, or would he rather you put a team around him? I bet you he's going to tell you every single time, please put a team around me. Put a team around me. I bet you Dak Prescott would have even took this deal. If Jerry would have told Dak, hey man, you know what, we're not going to resign, we're going to let you play it out. But I tell you what we're going to do, Dak. We're going to go get the best defensive players we can find in free agency and the best offensive players we can find in free agency, wide receiver, running back. We're not going to spare no expense. And it's up to you to take that team to the Super Bowl. I bet you Dak takes that deal. I bet you Dak takes that deal. Because if he wins, he's going to even get more money. I bet you he would have took that deal. All these players need all these quarterbacks need players, and all these players need teams, and all these teams need coaches. It's the bottom line. That's going to be my time. Y'all make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video. Let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.